Welcome back. Yes, we got a water for you.
You ready, guys? Welcome here, everyone. We'll get started. Welcome to our Tuesday, July 8th regular City Council meeting. Mr. Montgomery, will you please lead us in the pledge?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Oh, Mayor, could we please do a roll call first?
Roll call first, then the
All right.
pledge. OMG.
Mayor
Yep.
Gilman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lang.
Here.
Councilmember Rule.
Here.
Councilmember Whitman.
Here.
Councilmember Mang.
Here.
Thank you for keeping us on track.
And welcome, community. Please rise as you are able. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. On the approval of the agenda, I want to make one suggestion. I want to see what my colleagues think about this. My suggestion would be to move item 6 to be after item 2. And there's two reasons for that. The first is so that audience members who wish to speak on it can do so and then decide to stay or leave. And the second is I'm imagining that the council goals, we won't come to an end most likely. So that'll just give us some kind of regular time that we can decide when we want to meet up to. So that's a suggestion, moving item 6 to right after item 2.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too.
Any objections? Okay, great. Any other suggestions for the agenda? Great. Okay.
I just have, I'm sorry.
Oh, sure.
Question with warrants.
So we'll get to that
okay,
when we
I'm sorry,
get to
I'm
the
sorry.
consent.
Yep, sorry.
No worries, not at all. So any commission reports?
None received tonight, Mayor.
Thank you. And then our city manager's report.
Oh, right.
We were gonna do the pledge.
Oh, sorry.
Didn't we skip by the Pledge of Allegiance?
We just did that.
Oh, so I stood up and did that and I can't remember.
Yeah. No problem.
It's gonna be a fun
Good.
night.
Have some water.
We'll be done. This will be a quick night, huh?
How many fingers am I holding up?
Right?
I'm kidding. Okay, Mayor, thank you for the
Yes.
city manager's report. I would like to turn things over to our human resources and risk manager, Ms. Kathy Holman. It was a two-part update, one pertaining to the city attorney recruitment and one pertaining to our trolley driver recruitment effort. So, Ms. Holman, thank you.
Okay. So the city attorney RFQ update. Pursuant to your direction, an RFQ for city attorney services was open on May 19th and closed as scheduled on July 3rd. We are pleased to inform you that a total of 5 proposals were received by the deadline. To allow ample time for your review and evaluation, copies of all 5 submissions will be distributed to you shortly. We encourage you to review these documents thoroughly prior to our upcoming discussion. We have scheduled a closed session discussion regarding these proposals for August 12th, and the session will provide you an opportunity to discuss the submissions in detail and determine our next steps.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And for the trolley update, we continue to see a strong interest in the trolley driver position. We've actively been posting the positions online, on online job boards, social media sites, and we recently placed an ad on the trolley itself. However, we are still facing some challenges in getting drivers hired. A key one we've encountered is that candidates are not consistently completing the full application process, and I'm actively working with our talent acquisition partner to streamline that process to make it easier for the candidates to complete it. Another challenge is that candidates are looking for full-time employment. Currently, the positions are part-time, non-benefited positions. So that's a challenge to overcome. We do have 2 candidates currently in the background check process, and we hope that they will be onboarded very, very soon. We also have additional interviews scheduled this week, and I will continue to schedule interviews with interested candidates.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Holman. That's
Anything
it, Mayor.
else?
No, that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
There's something I forgot to say, which is we had a commissioner and a longtime Ojai person, Jamie Bennett, pass away, and I'm hoping that you'll indulge just having one moment of silence for him, somebody central to our city. Thank you, and I will hope that their family is definitely in our thoughts and prayers, and I hope yours as well. You had something?
I think, were you going to talk about the map? your city manager report?
I forgot to do that. Would you like me to add that? Sorry. This is what happens when you come back from a little
Welcome
break.
back, by the way.
Thank you. So I want the council and the community to know that we have a very cool, I didn't bring it with me, very cool pocket size map that is something that we purchased from a local artist and purveyor. It is at City Hall, and it gives you a great visual of downtown and the surrounding area, including local businesses. This is independently produced. We thought it was very well done, and so we purchased some, and they are available. And I will put out a social media post just so people know more about it, including the name of the purveyor, which I've conveniently forgotten, but he's the skull guy. He's the guy who makes the clothing with all the skulls on the back. It's the same person. I can't remember his name, but you've seen his wares. Thank you.
He wears his wares.
Yes.
He does.
He wears his
Thank you.
wares.
Yep.
And you'll see the stands all around town in Libby Park, and so this is something that is really, I think, something to celebrate.
Thank you. Anything else? That's it?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to public communications. Now, just a reminder, these are communications for items not on the agenda. If you have written out a card for an agenda item, just let us know what item that is for, and we'll move you to that. So I'll start with Ron Solarzano, Clay Creasy, and Alex. I see two people here. I see Alex and James. Is it a tag team in the 3-minute time? Great. Okay. Alex and James. Hello.
All right. Hello, members of council. My name is Ron Solorsino. I am the regional librarian for the Ojai Valley, and I'm here one more time to plug our summer reading program, which is ongoing this summer. It's going to run through August 3rd, so there's still time to jump in. We already have hundreds and hundreds of children and adults participating in the reading program this year. For children, that looks like logging the minutes that they've read. When they register for the program, they receive a free book. When they read 500 minutes, they receive a second free book. And at 500 and 1,000 minutes, they receive first one and then two entries into an opportunity drawing for our grand prizes, which this year are 2 season passes to Universal Studios. For the adults, they are logging the books that they read. And there's also a book bingo challenge that they can take part in for a small prize. And then the prizes for adults are going to be $50 gift cards to local restaurants here in Ojai. So in addition to all of that, we also have programs going on almost daily over at the Ojai Library in the afternoons. On Sunday, we're doing, if you're familiar with Shrinky Dinks, I honestly am not as familiar, but it's a lot of fun. It's very popular. We have that going on Sundays. On Mondays, we're doing some simple art, just doodle time. Tuesdays, we're doing our perler parties, which are always very popular. Those are the colored plastic beads. Wednesday, we have Pause for Reading with the therapy dog Radiant. And then we also are doing the STEAM Lab activities on Wednesdays. Thursdays is a game day, and then Fridays are Lego days. And again, these programs will continue until the end of our summer reading program. So again, still time to join. You can visit our website, which is at www.vencolibrary.org. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Solarzano. Clay Creasy, please, and then Alex and James, and then Eric Ryder.
Mayor and City Council,
Hello.
Clay Creasy, Ojai resident. Number one, Mayor Gilman, let me echo your remembrance of Jamie Bennett. He was extreme gentleman, a great supporter of many things in Ojai, and we will miss him. Our condolences to his wife. Tonight I want to talk briefly about the recent news in the Ojai Valley News where Dignity Moves announced the solicitation of statements for qualification from contractors who may be interested to bid on the Cabin Village project. That article on June 27th stated that such submissions needed to be made no later than July 1st, which of course was 4 days after the article. In my opinion, this article fell far short of the notice that Dignity Moves is contractually bound to provide under the California Public Contract Code section 22037 per the development management agreement they have with Ojai. I immediately brought this issue to the attention of the city manager and told him that Dignity Moves needed to amend their RFQ process to be in compliance with the law. I also informed the Southwest Regional Compliance Manager for the Construction Industry Force Account Council a statewide organization that monitors compliance with the public contract code. That compliance manager affirmed that my opinion was correct, and he communicated this directly to the city in an email on Sunday, June 29th. Dignity Move's only response, as far as I can tell, was to push the due date for their RFQ submission back 6 days to July 7th. Unfortunately, this is still well short of compliance with the code. In fact, the earliest date that Dignity Moves can legally require RFQ submissions is not currently known. What we do know is it wasn't July 1st and it wasn't July 7th. My best guess, personal guess, is that we're looking about July 25th at the earliest. Why do I bring this up? This is a financial issue because limiting bidders is the way you increase project costs, and keeping the bidding open to all qualified bidders is the way you limit project costs. As Ojai taxpayers, we should be all interested in limiting this project, regardless of limiting the cost of this project, regardless of what we think about the project itself. So what are we to make of this situation? Dignity Moves is clearly a sophisticated outfit with professional legal counsel, so they are clearly not ignorant of the law. The only conclusion I can come to is they think they can just bully their way past all opposition. The laws apply to somebody else. 80 years ago, George Orwell wrote that all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. I guess the current question is Dignity Moves more equal than the Construction Industry Force Account Council, or vice versa? My money is on vice versa. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harvey, do you have any update on that, just for clarity?
So the notice is
Oh, thank you.
being reissued. I'm happy to help.
Thank you.
Mr. Harvey was out
Right.
when this occurred. So the notice is reissued and everything will be due on 7/25. They did receive some responses in the initial posting. They're going to just hang on to those until the period has ended, but all the notices have been reissued with the proper timeline.
Thank you.
No problem.
Alex and James Louis, please. Eric Ryder, and then Alan Shorb.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
So we're here kind of apropos of the spirit of this meeting to let everyone know that we are bringing acclaimed director Andrew On to Ojai this Saturday for a screening of his recent remake of The Wedding Banquet. It stars Bowen Yang with Academy Award winner Yoon Jung-ye and Academy Award nominee Lily Gladstone. And we think it's a great event to bring more queer and API artists to Ojai to showcase kind of how great this town is and bring more of them to here so that we can, just kind of really promote the arts there.
Yeah, so if you see us around town, feel free to say hi. Also, there'll have like some fun Asian snacks that are free for the audience stuff. So, we welcome everyone who can make it.
All right,
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I have a quick question.
Sir, we just have one question, please.
I'm sure I should know this. Where is it playing?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, at the Ojai Playhouse. Yeah,
Okay,
it's at
I
the
assumed
Playhouse.
so,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I wasn't
yeah.
sure.
Okay,
Thank you
yeah.
very much. Thank you.
You'll leave that at the back, maybe? Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Okay, Eric Ryder, Alan Shorb, and then Bill Miley.
Good evening. This is my first time to address the city council as a resident of the city. We moved in from Upper Ojai a few months ago. I have a few things. Observations as a longtime participant in the Friday evening peace vigil. One has to do with bicycles, and I'm sure you have heard other people on this. Young kids, I would say mostly between 10 and 15, and mostly boys, have a very threatening way of riding their bicycles downtown. I would like to see the city address this not as a enforcement issue, but as an education issue. But it really needs to be addressed as soon as possible. Second thing is, and I think I might have mentioned this before, the Peace Vigil is at the crossing of Ojai Avenue in front of the Libby Park. And in the 10 years I've been doing the Peace Vigil, there are at least a half a dozen cases where I was sure somebody was going to be hit by a car. One of those incidents did in fact have someone gently bumped by a car, but to me it's only a matter of time before something more serious happens. I realize this is a Caltrans issue, but I think the city council can heavily lobby Caltrans. The third thing has to do with my keffiyeh. Since the October 7th incursion of Palestinians into the occupied territories of Israel, the Peace Vigil has been joined by other people who are supportive of the ceasefire group, of the ceasefire in Gaza. And of course, and I have spoken to that several times here myself. At about the same time, a counter group has been showing up at the same time as the people in the Peace Vigil. We're very friendly with the ceasefire group, not so friendly with the counter protesters, and several times things have gotten very heated there. Something needs to be done about that, like maybe having us be on both sides of the street, or maybe having different times. We have been there for 20-some years. They've been there for 21 months. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just to tell you that the crossing light is high up in our CIP project list, and it's something we all care about very much. Let's see, Alan Shorb and Bill Miley. Oh, that you were Alan. Sorry, it was Eric. Sorry, I goofed up the cards. Eric Ryder, please, and then Bill Miley. No, my fault.
I believe actually I might be mistaken here because of the news that you just dropped. Because yesterday on the trolley, a fellow passenger had told me that she had just run into the Ojai trolley's temporary supervisor, Rick, I believe, who told her that 2 new drivers had been hired. And so I wanted to say thank you for doing that, but apparently it hasn't been done. So, to be continued.
Thank you, sir. Bill Miley, please. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Oh,
It's a process.
it's a process. It's in process.
It's close. And this is part
Yes.
of, this is illustrative as to, we're unlike other organizations when we hire, especially when you hire somebody who needs to drive humans in a public vehicle. There's a lot of licensing and requirements that you must adhere to in order to have that privilege. And so we're almost there, but it takes a while. Thank you for your
So it
patience.
sounds like Mr. Raines was enthusiastic.
He was, exactly. He's right.
Okay.
We're almost there.
Okay, that's good to hear. Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Miley, please.
Hi.
Hi.
I've added another comment. Please consider making some trolley driver positions full-time with benefits. They are responsible for people's lives every time they drive. Okay, new item. I believe it could happen here. On January 9th, 2018, the Montecito bombed cloud steadied over the area and dropped almost an inch of rain in 1 hour. It fell onto ground burned with the Thomas fire, leaving the soil burned and hard, with no vegetation to retard water flow. Cascaded into Montecito, causing massive damage and 23 deaths. Kerrville, Texas is in the news, we all know, for massive torrential rainfall, which raised the level of the Guadalupe River to rise 30 feet in 3 hours, with devastating results. People who had come to the area for 4th of July and lived there. I see our valley having a potential heavy, quick flooding from climate change, weather, similar to what happened in Montecito. I live on North Signal near the Stewart Canyon debris basin, which gets emptied every mid-year. Soil, rocks, and other debris, which was headed towards the middle of our town, stopped. What about debris basins on the San Antonio Creek, Thatcher Creek, Fox Canyon Creek? I was there in '69 when the big flood came, which washed out the approaches to most of the roads out of the valley. We were playing bridge that night, and the radio said, "You can't get out of the valley because they're all washed out." It best be looked at with county government to determine likely future rains in our mountains and needed ways to slow and direct heavy water flows from devastating our valley and our city. Maybe more debris basins, creek levees, warning signals, signs, systems. We need to prioritize this. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Miley. Mr. Montgomery, anybody online?
Yes, Mayor. We currently have two
Thanks,
raised
all.
hands.
Okay.
First, we have Stephen, followed by Starchild. Stephen, you have the floor.
Good evening, council members and staff. I'd like to say that the council has an opportunity to complete the FlexPath Energy Conservation Code that has already undergone considerable technical development and public engagement with the affected community groups. The engineering and energy consultants provided to the city through the Clean Power Alliance grant are available to the city staff to support additional stakeholder outreach, code development, and technical assistance. This code includes a variety of cost-effective compliance options, giving the applicant the flexibility to pick and choose the measures that align with their major renovation or addition project. The purpose of this ordinance is to increase energy efficiency and comfort in the home. The flexible measures will reduce energy use and costs over the life of the renovations. An additional advantage of this code is that several of the available measures contribute to fire hardening of the residence. I encourage the council to direct staff to utilize the resources of the city's CPA expert consulting team to conduct a series of office hour call-ins to take comments and answer questions on this code. This is one project that we can complete over the next couple of months and put into the accomplishment category. Thank you for your efforts and for keeping Ojai a leader in promoting energy efficiency. Again, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Colme. And just so you know, it's on our August 12th agenda, that item.
And I have a quick question,
Sure.
maybe for the legal team at some point. Can we give more points for fire hardening? In other words, do we have the power to? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so it's a point system,
No.
and what you do, you get points. But
On the flex path.
So
on
that-
the flex path. But if you could, does the city have the power?
Well, let's still dig into that next time.
Well, that's what I'd like them
So,
to come prepared to potentially
Oh, I
answer
see.
that or
Heard,
not. So
Heard.
thank you.
Yeah. Not something I can answer today, but
No,
but yes,
it's,
I will look
yeah.
into your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
It's just a way to streamline
Yeah.
so the question doesn't come up.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Yes, one more?
Mayor, we have one more in-house card from Larry Steingold.
Okay. Didn't you say there were two online?
Yes.
Oh.
We usually take the in-house
Oh, I see.
always.
Okay.
We have one more on
Got it.
yes.
Happy July 4th. It was a wonderful parade, and the parade staff needs a round of encouragement and fundraising for next year. CERT. I passed my CERT, which is Comprehensive Emergency Response Team. You should all sign up for it. And Chief Cleary here would be more than happy to tell you about CERT so we can all get qualified. I agree with Mr. Shoup regarding the traffic on Ojai Avenue. While I would certainly, for the speeders on the cars, people running the stop signs, people running through the crosswalks without stopping. And on the last one, I certainly would not call it a peace vigil at all. Okay, so let's not call it that, because that's not what it is. All right, so let's stop that. All right. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steingold.
And our last raised hand on Zoom, we have Starchild.
Thank you.
Starchild, you may unmute.
Good evening. I'd like to extend my personal condolences to Commissioner Bennett's family as they mourn his death. Today, I'd like to talk to you a bit about what I heard today about the RFQ for the city attorney. I heard that we're going to have a closed session meeting to discuss the 5 applicants. I want to encourage you to make this process as transparent as possible. I think the applicants' names should be made public now. I think their applications should be made public now. And I think instead of having a closed session meeting, that it should be an open session meeting. I think that there's not much that the city gains by hiring a city manager in closed session without the public being able to hear the questions asked by counselors and the answers of the new city attorney. So I'd urge you to make that an open session meeting and not a closed session one. Thank you.
Thank you, Starchild.
No more, Mayor.
Okay. Thank you all. Moving on to our consent calendar. You wanted to pull something out of consent, or did you just have a question?
I just had a couple questions on the warrants, Christy, for you.
Okay.
Let's see, 1B-3, the last one, County of Ventura, it's a $6,000 fee for monthly rent for Soul Park Pickleball Court.
1B-3.
The very last one.
Okay.
On that page. So I didn't know if it says 24-25, but I didn't know how many months. Do you have? You probably caught you at a bad time. I get it.
Councilmember Meng, I am not 100% positive, but I believe we do pay that every month, and that is just stating it's during that month.
I'm getting an acknowledgement from Norma. It's for the entire year.
Oh, it is the entire year.
Per-
Okay.
per
So
year.
the monthly should
For
not
the
have been
hand
there.
signals that I just received.
Thank you.
Yeah, it is. All right, perfect.
That's better.
And then just, let me see, there was 1-B-7. There's 2 charges for
Microphone,
Amazon.com.
Councilmember Meng.
Oh, your microphone, please.
Oh,
Yep.
I'm
thanks.
sorry.
Thank you.
1B-7, there's 2 charges for Amazon, and it's not broken down. It says city office supplies and supplies for the unhoused twice. The one is for $16,223 and the other one for $8,500. So I was just wondering how much is for the unhoused, how much is office supplies, because that's kind of a big chunk. It seems like it's happening monthly. So I just thought,
It looks like Ms. Cervantes may be coming up to rescue us.
I'm also anticipating that we are supposed to it's just coming a detailed report, which that would be broken out of that.
Okay.
But please continue.
So we don't have the actual amount for the unhoused and the supplies, but it is broken down because they were paid separately for different transactions, but we can definitely give you that.
perfect. Thank you. Appreciate
Yep,
that.
that's good to know.
That's it.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I'll move to approve it.
Okay. I'll second. Mr. Montgomery?
Yes, Mayor, we can have a roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Lang,
Yes.
Councilmember Meng,
Yes.
Councilmember Rule,
Yes.
Mayor Gilman,
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Wonderful. So,
So
we'll,
can
go
I-
ahead, please.
Can I back up just
Mhm.
a second? And I want to ask the city manager. There was the question about bicycle riders
Mm-hmm.
from the public comments. And I know that Chief Jenkins has been, doing a lot. We've got a traffic motorcycle officer on, who's now live, and also I think something that hasn't been talked a lot about is Chief Jenkins shared with me that there's, that we have electric bike.
Correct.
Officer patrols going on too. And I thought maybe you could just kind of give a report on where we are, because the one other thing I'll say is that there was a really great presence during the parade of both my motorcycle and electric bike officers, and I think it changed the mood of the adolescent bike riders a bit.
I agree. Thank you for bringing that up. Please, if you wouldn't mind, Chief.
So yes, our motor officer has begun enforcement. Per my direction, I do want him to spend some time on the bike path or park. So if you see the motorcycle on the bike path or parks, I mean, he's looking for e-bikers as well. So that stepped up. We also have 4 new bicycles that are e-bikes that our officers are using. They're really excited about them. They're comfortable. They're fast. They're perfect for enforcing some of the e-bike issues that we're having in the city. So the officers are excited about it. I'm excited. We'll be out there. We're going to see a lot. You're going to see a lot more of us on bicycles and the motorcycle. So.
And Chief, I think that we're going to be introducing our deputy, is it the next meeting? Is that right?
August 12th.
Right.
I'll do a little presentation on our traffic safety campaign that we're putting together, and then I'll introduce you to the motor officer as well.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thanks, Chief.
I missed one card. It's Larry Steingold for 1D. Mr. Steingold, do you want to come and talk about 1D?
This looks to be like another sole source bid. And while they're, I'm sure, qualified, and as are a lot of the companies, why do we have sole source bidding? Is it because they're the best? Is it because they're friends of, they're related, they're in the city, whatever? But we have a lot of contracts, and most of them should all be bidded, unless there's some rule that they can't be bidded, or there's something special, like they're sole sourced as in dignity. Okay, because there's no reason for it. I'm sure they're qualified. They say they're unique. They know the personnel, but all their personnel live outside of the state or the city. Everything's online. Our personnel changes. Our systems are unique. If our accounting systems are unique, we got bigger problems. Okay, because it's money in, money out. Where it comes from, where it goes. This is not strange. I just would like to know, is there any place on the website that shows all the contracts that are coming up for bid, and why aren't they being bidded? And if they are being bidded, how come locals can't bid on them? This is not unreasonable. I understand it's a small town, and contracts have been given out over years, and that's just the way it is. I get it. Coming from Rhode Island, I see a lot. But now that I'm here, I'd like to see why. And I don't think the public should be, it's not unreasonable to be transparent. So, thank you.
Mayor, would you like me to
Yes,
respond to that?
please. Thank you.
Sure. So the Ojai Municipal Code, like most city municipal codes, allows for the selection of professional services based upon a firm's reputation or skills or ability. And Eide Bailly is a firm that I have used in other cities when having to deal with complex process and system deficiencies within a finance department, putting together work plans to move things forward. We are very fortunate to have Ms. Billings and Ms. Cervantes here currently, but that's not always been the case. And so we had to develop a comprehensive list of all the systems that needed to be fixed. We needed to put that into a plan that could be addressed. We needed to have resources available to help us with that plan. We continue, as you know, from the consent calendar to need that additional expertise and assistance. I would respectfully disagree with Mr. Steingold that this is not something that anybody can just step in and do. Government accounting is not something that anybody can just step in and do. It is a complex, specialized world that requires knowledge and understanding. And there are other firms out there like Eide Bailly, but for professional services, that is something that the code allows for the selection of a firm. Thank you.
I might point out too, that this happened actually since our last meeting, but thanks to Councilmember Mang, we did change on the front of the website where we have the job listings there as a button right on the front. Thank you for that. And then if you search bidding or request for qualifications, you'll see the list of things or request for proposals. We could look at, you don't want to have too many buttons on the front, but we could try to streamline that possibly.
We could,
yeah.
We're a small city. We don't have a huge number of bids open at any particular time. They're primarily, public works related items. And, I don't want to spoil things here, but a lot of the firms are not based in Ojai that end up being awarded these bids. Why? Well, we're a very small community. We don't often have firms. It's not that they're not open and available to firms in Ojai, but that's just who submits.
Understood. Just to say it is there, but slightly buried. Thank you for that. Okay, we'll move on to item number 2. which is our 2 council member requests for the adoption of the resolution approved the Ojai Values Act 2025. Oh, let me say one quick thing. I know there's such a desire to want to clap and all that kind of stuff, and we're going to have probably a long night. So what I want to say is definitely gesture, but let's not have a lot of sound just so everybody feels included and wanted and welcome. All right? Great. Please take it away.
Well, we brought this forward because we had heard from members of our community that they didn't feel safe with the ICE raids that are happening. Usually when we do get alerts, and thank you, Chief Jenkins, for that, when we do get alerts, they're already underway, or they've already taken place. And given what happened in LA, there's a climate of fear. And we wanted to do whatever we can to help those who are living with that fear to feel safe. And so that was the impetus for this. I want to say a few things about this policy. First of all, I want to thank Taylor for helping us draft it. This is part of what is becoming a countywide effort. Ventura just passed the SAFE policy. Oxnard has a policy in place. There is a movement that is going throughout the county as communities like ours are navigating how to address this new political landscape. One that is keeping farm workers at home, afraid to come out, keeping even people who might have come to speak up here tonight not feeling safe. And what we want to ensure is that our staff knows how to handle invasive questions, knows what to do in the event that there is an ICE raid in the city, that this policy is actionable. So it involved, and also we had to bring this before the council in order to have something on our website, for example, so that any immigrant or anyone who is at risk knows their rights. So we thought it was important just for us as a city to make a statement about how we want to respond. And so that's the reason for us bringing this forward. It's a concern that people are coming up to us, having conversations about on our walks, in different, emailing us, and so we really we knew we needed to do something to bring this forward, and so the key things that this does: one, it tells us what we expect from staff. Two, it gives us a direction, and three, it gives us, it's a policy decision about what we're going to say on the website, for anyone to know what their rights are. This is an alignment with California Values Act. It's an alignment with what the county is working toward, and it's also in alignment with what other cities in Ventura are beginning to do. And like I said, this is a movement that's happening all over. And Taylor said, when I asked her, do you think this is going to put people at risk? Do you think this is, do you think that enacting this policy is going to target us in any way? She reminded me that the Attorney General actually said that cities need to be vocal right now. That is not a time to be quiet. So that there was a lot of discussion that went into this about what is the right move to make. And we felt like this is what we need to be doing.
Yeah, that was the discussion that we had. We feel like we need to codify locally what laws do exist, as well as certainly train the staff and potentially, you know, if there's an appetite for it, have the larger community understand sort of what their rights are, even businesses. If ICE shows up at your business, you know, what does that mean for you? What are your rights? What you know, rights do they have? So it's just really important right now that we pull any rights that we have and put something in the ground. So that's also the point of this. And we stand for our community. We stand for a community without fear as much as we can make that possible right now. So anyway, we're going to talk about it. It's all good.
Yeah.
And thank you. I appreciate you bringing this forward. I had a question, but I don't. Are you ready for that?
Yeah, sure.
So I've been trying to follow this as well, and I'm very appreciative of what you've done. And when I looked at, now I'm happy to be corrected about this, so this could be for Ms. Anderson as well. When I looked at what Ventura ended up passing, ours is about twice as long. So what I'm trying to understand is, were there significant things that we thought were in the Ventura piece that we wanted to include? Or did we go from an early draft in adopting this? So that's kind of an open question.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I believe we worked on an earlier draft that Ventura had, and then the council members contributed what they felt was important to add to that policy and where it was lacking, and then this is the final work product. We finished, because of the timing of council items, we finished this item before Ventura had adopted theirs.
Okay.
So that came after this was finalized for the agenda.
So thank you. The question that I have then is, I guess it's, when you saw what Ventura finally passed, does it, do you feel like it sufficiently meets the needs, or do you feel it does not sufficiently meet the needs?
Our situation is a little bit different.
Okay.
One, we're a smaller city, and we don't have our own police force.
Right.
We contract that out.
Right.
And so there were things that were specific to Ojai that would naturally be different than Ventura.
So I saw the parts when it was specific, where it said the city of Ventura controls their police department. We contract with the sheriff. So I saw that language. It was a couple of things, for example, like specific things about what kinds of warrants we would adhere to that they cut out. So there's, I mean, in a way, there's just a few things here and there where I just wasn't sure, are these sort of the deal breakers or not? That's just really sincere question.
Yeah, no, yeah. I don't think so.
Okay.
We were drawing from other cities that had done this, and then also I've been working with a few of our community members, and I want to thank them very much for their help. And so, and there's also an organization with lots of resources, 5051, I think it is. And so, thank you. I couldn't remember if it was 51 or 50. So, and so this is coming from a lot of different. We had help with this. Let's put it that way.
And I think we also wanted to be as expansive and as we could, and as articulate as we could, take away as many gray areas as we could. I'd have to look at the final Ventura ordinance, but I mean, as far as the warrants go, it's really important that everybody knows the difference. So,
it kind of ends at where our number 6 starts. Sort of where 6 starts. From then on, that's where Ventura's ends, more or less.
Council members, it looks like so in the what got adopted for the second time for Ventura City is completely different than their initial draft.
Right.
They did a total overhaul from the version. Well, they reorganized it. It's structured very differently than the draft that they adopted, I believe, last year.
June 26th is when they adopted this.
No. The draft that we worked off of was a much earlier draft.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe it was from the last time the administration was.
And we
what it
started
was.
we started this process in January,
Yes.
and we put
I
it
see.
on pause because one of the things that I had been hearing from other council members in other cities is that everyone's pausing on these kinds of policies because this administration is unpredictable,
Yeah.
and they're targeting cities who are trying to protect the privacy and the rights of their residents. And so we pulled back.
I see.
But then we decided that when our neighbors are afraid to go to work, when kids at Rhodey are getting harassed, that we have to do something. So
Yeah, I
we decided to push it forward, and then Ventura came forward with theirs. They passed theirs. We felt like there was momentum for this, not just with ourselves, but with what's happening all over.
And we're I mean, we believe this is up for discussion.
Yeah,
So,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
you know,
exactly.
this is
No, I appreciate that.
this is a framework. We did put a lot of thought into it, but everything is deliberative for this council as well as the community, and that's what we're here to sort of deliberate. But as I said, we wanted to be as articulate and as expansive and as clear as we could in this. But, you know, we're a deliberative body, and we have the community here, so certainly willing to hear anything that anyone has to say.
And that's the spirit of my inquiry as well.
And I want to add one thing too, and that is that if we're not preventing an arrest from happening if there is a warrant, if it is legal to do so, and so we're not putting ourselves in harm's way or in any kind of controversial position. So I just wanted to add that too.
Yep.
So,
Mr. Whitman, yeah.
I think I was thinking along the same lines as the mayor, and I went and looked at Ventura's, what they did adopt about 10 days ago. And so I took the liberty of taking their language. I'll wait till discussion to why I'm enthusiastic about what they did. But I think we have copies being made so that the audience can see it. I passed it out at the front, and my impression is that what their ordinance does, almost everything that what you've proposed, but it's, I think, presented in a way that's more affirmative of what the state has done, and I wasn't aware until I read this ordinance how many places we've done, how many places California has kind of really, reached out, not just protection for immigrants, but also protection for LGBTQ and reproductive rights.
Yeah.
So I like the idea of being a champion for what the state has done, and I'll save the rest of what I have to say for.
Thank you for producing
public
this.
comment.
It's useful. Okay, so shall we go to public comments?
I'm ready to, sure.
Let's do it. Okay. I'll start with Amber Thompson, Lisa Klein, Ren Peterson. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and beloved members of this community. My name is Amber Thompson. I'm your California State Delegate to the Democratic Party, proudly representing Assembly District 38, of which Ojai is a beautiful part of. And while my home is in Ventura, my heart beats across this entire Assembly District. Tonight, I speak to you as someone who has always believed that leadership, real leadership, starts closer to home, with the people we love and care for. Council, I'm a mother raising 2 children in a world that more and more each day feels dark and hopeless. One of my children is a beautiful trans teenager trying to grow into herself with dignity and joy. The other is a little boy, a first-generation American, just beginning to understand the complexities of the world around him. And they both need leaders now more than ever to help restore hope into our communities. Last month, the city of Ventura took that leap It passed the care policy, and it changed the conversation in our county. Next month, Oxnard will do the same, writing their own version, alongside the very communities who have long been silenced. And tonight, Ojai shows us what it means to lead from the front, not just with values, but with structure, with enforceability, and with clarity and care. The Ojai Values Act is bold. It codifies protections for trans people like me, for providers who care for people like my daughter, and it tells immigrant families that their safety will not be bothered for political convenience. It defends the sacred right to bodily autonomy in a time when even that is being clawed away. It plants a flag firmly, proudly, and says, not here, not our watch, not in Ojai. In a moment where the other side is building walls between cities, between identities, and between families, you are showing what care between borders looks like. And that's the lesson. That's the North Star that we should all set our compass towards. Because we are not defined by where we live, the pronouns we use, the language we speak, or the papers that we carry. We are defined by what we are willing to protect in one another. And tonight you are protecting something sacred. From Ventura to Oxnard to Ojai, we are not just responding to a threat. We are building something new, something the children of this community will look back on and say, that was the moment my city chose love over fear. That was when they drew the line. That was when I was proud that Ojai was my home. And so thank you. Thank you for believing in us, for protecting us, and for choosing to be the kind of leaders that history will remember with gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know, hold back your temptation to clap. Thank you, guys. Lisa Klein, Ren Peterson, and then Michelle Rosenblum. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Council. I'm Dr. Lisa Klein. I'm a clinical psychologist and a gender specialist. I'm speaking here from a platform of privilege. I'm white, I'm professional, I'm cisgender. I identify with the LGBT community and will not be invisible, nor will my friends or my patients or my colleagues. We will not dissolve as this current administration desires. Ojai has always been an integral part of diversity, equity, and inclusivity. The Ojai Values Act before you this evening takes an essential position in fairness and what's right. Threats of reproductive rights, immigrant safety, and my area of expertise as a psychologist, focusing on safe and equal care, specifically for the LGBT community, particularly gender-affirming care for our non-binary and transgender residents. We must disrupt the narrative of LGBTQ and two-spirit folks being dangerous to the public. Let's remember that the power of the people is more powerful than the people in power. Policies that restrict or ban access to necessary medical care for transgender youth are harmful. Transgender youth need comprehensive and individualized family-based care from a multidisciplinary team. You probably have heard that Children's Hospital Los Angeles, the oldest hospital that provides gender-affirming care for children, is closing at the end of this month. Also, the hotline for the Trevor Project, the nation's oldest 24/7 hotline, will also be closing under the same administrative pressure. In recent years, we have gone backwards and people are dying, either by murder or self-harm. Let's remember that healthy, supported, gender-expansive, and transgender youth should get to survive until adulthood. I implore you to adopt the Ojai Values Act for Valley residents, to protect the vulnerable from restrictive laws and external enforcement. Discrimination against marginalized groups needs to stop. We have the voices sitting here in this room tonight. Please be part of the solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Klein. Ren Peterson, Michelle Rosenblum, and then Darby I'm not getting it right. Is it Baugus? Baugus. Thank you. Okay. Thanks.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ren Peterson, and I'm here in strong support of the Ojai Values Act. This act is about more than laws. It's about people. It's about protecting our immigrant neighbors from fear. It's about ensuring LGBTQ plus residents, people of color, and marginalized folks are not punished simply for existing. And it's about making sure our city's resources are not used to tear families apart. Ojai has always prided itself on being a compassionate, forward-thinking community, but that pride has to be backed by action. The Ojai Values Act is our chance to say we don't participate in ICE's cruelty, we don't turn our backs on people who make this city whole. Right now, there are parents in this city afraid to drive their kids to school, workers afraid to report abuse, trans people afraid to seek medical care. The Values Act ensures that Ojai will not cooperate with immigration enforcement in ways that are unnecessary, harmful, and inhumane. It keeps our local agencies focused on what they're meant to do, serve and protect everyone who lives here. Some may claim this act is radical, but what's radical is allowing fear to govern our policies. What's radical is letting ICE terrorize communities under the guise of public safety. The real safety, the real strength, comes from standing together. When local governments willingly work with ICE, it sends a chilling message that some people in our community are disposable. That fear is more important than freedom, but Ojai has the chance to be different. The Ojai Values Act affirms that we do not criminalize people for their identity, their documentation status, or their right to seek safety. We choose care over cruelty. I'm asking you not just to consider what this act means legally, but what it means morally. When you vote on this, you're deciding whether Ojai will be a place where people can live without hiding, without looking over their shoulder, without fearing that the systems meant to protect them could be turned against them. You're deciding what kind of city this truly is. As a queer transgender individual, I know what it's like to be treated like a threat just for existing. I've been followed in stores, stared at in bathrooms, denied dignity in spaces meant to serve the public. Policies like the Ojai Values Act matter because they send a message that my life, my body, my identity is not something the city will help criminalize. They'll tell me I am safe to be who I am here. Passing this act sends a clear message. Ojai stands for safety, for dignity, and for compassion. We are not a city that turns its back on the vulnerable. We are a city that shows up for our neighbors. You have the opportunity to make Ojai a safer, kinder, more just place to live. I urge you to be on the right side of history. Pass this Ojai Values Act. Stand with your community. Show us that Ojai lives its values, not just in words, but in action. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Rosenblum, Darby Bogus, and then Casey Rodriguez.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michelle Rosenblum. I have worked with the City Council before to help draft Ojai's flag policy, Pride Proclamation. I've also worked alongside now Commander Trina Newman to help train DC Sheriff cadets on transgender issues. I'm here today because this is very important policy, and we also worked with Ventura, and as we heard, we're trying to move this at a county-wide level, and Oxnard's coming up next. I am not scared at the city level. I'm not scared at the county level. I'm not scared at the state level, but I am scared at the federal level, and we need all the help that we can get. From the ground up, we're looking at every level to help us, protect us. I'm going to read some quotes to you to explain just how scared I am. These are only a few weeks old. June 15th, Trump said, a very confusing post, "Transgender for everybody is why I want ICE, Border Patrol, and our great and patriotic law enforcement officers to focus on our crime-ridden and deadly inner cities." Okay? The next day, Trump Jr. says, "Just like the radical transgender movement is per capita the most violent domestic terror threat in America, probably in the entire world, because you have all these shooters or murderers or attempted murderers in such a tiny population of a country, yet they're beyond reproach." That was June 16th, he quoted that. He said that. Earlier this month, on July 1st, while touring Alligator Auschwitz, Trump quoted, "We also have a lot of bad people that have been here for a long time. Many were born in our country. I think we ought to get them the hell out of here too." I'm scared that they're going to come after us. I'm scared that they are going to declare a national gender emergency. We all know how much budget the ICE you just got, right? What this policy does, what this resolution does here today, is it sets the groundwork that says Ojai is not going to comply with that crazy level of federal overreach. It at least starts there. And while I'm a big fan of what laws California has put in place, I believe we're all going to see soon that more is going to be needed. And this sets the groundwork to add more teeth later, should we ever need it. It also helps codify here at the city level should anything at the state level change or falter. So please, I urge you to pass this policy here and let's create this momentum in Ventura County. Thank you.
Thank you. Darby Balgas, Casey Rodriguez, and then Rebecca Harvey.
Hi.
Hello.
My name is Darby Balgas, and though I have found wonderful community here, I come before you actually as the resident, a resident of the city of Ventura. And I stand here in solidarity with the people of Ojai, just as I stood with the people in my own city when the care policy was passed. During that historic meeting, Ventura City Council saw the need for our entire county to work together in order to protect its people and in order to fight for all of our rights against the fascist regime in our midst. We are stronger together, so I stand with you, and the city of Ventura stands with you. And in doing so, I implore you to vote yes on the Ojai Values Act, a strong policy of noncompliance. As leaders in our communities, it is your duty to deny fascism and deny fascism's seat at the table, to not comply in advance, and to declare your commitment to the most vulnerable. Vote yes to protect your own beautiful city and to continue in building a county that cares for and values our people. Ventura City also came to the conclusion that we need inclusive language in these policies. I suggest we look at the language here to include who may not, those who may not be in these protected groups, but may be perceived to be. Thank you so much, and I look forward to working towards a safer county with you guys.
Thank you very much. Casey Rodriguez, Rebecca Harvey, and Kate Levingstein, if I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Haku, hello.
Hello.
Tonight, as a Chumash woman with connections to Ojai and Cedar Chumash land, thank you, Ojai, for the continuation work with Julietu and Mike Stinsley. Please continue the collaboration with her and consider respecting our traditional way of life, which embrace community, honoring all lives as sacred. Secondly, me standing here represents the many who are absent, but never forgotten, that I will always remind people of. Thirdly, please help educators install in students to be proud of who they are. I, as an educator, don't want to be one that just tells my students words, but I want to successfully plant seeds into these students who will be our future leaders, that it is okay to walk as their true identical self. With the second day of summer school, I can tell you, some students aren't feeling proud. In fact, they look scared. I know council can't solve everything, but council can declare not only does Ojai care, but is willing to be the second city in Ventura County and a main influencer for the cities to come. Lastly, please include in the policy and people who are perceived as migrants and LGBTQ, which Ventura did. Take me as an example, please. If you would just hear my name, Rodriguez, a lot of people would automatically assume that I'm a migrant. That could have ICE come right now just off my name. You take the color of my skin. A lot of people see brown skin. They will think that I'm a migrant. They will think I'm illegal. But a lot of them, once they see the acorns, once they see the seashells, they know that I'm Chumash. But I ask you, what about those days when I'm tired?
Thanks. Thank you.
I don't always want to play dress up. I shouldn't have to always play dress up. I shouldn't have to go outside and worry because I don't have abalones or I don't have braids or I'm not wearing moccasins. And a lot of indigenous people are being harassed. So please, I ask you to include that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Rebecca Harvey, Kate Livingston, and then Nuri Ranagi. I'll do my best. So first, Rebecca Harvey. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Hi everyone. I'm kind of a nervous public speaker.
No worries.
I feel like there's this important feedback to share, so I tried to write something.
Thanks.
It's been 2 years since we moved to Ojai. I was born in Los Angeles and have been in the area since graduating UCSB in 2017. Last year, I was awarded a county artist grant to lead free watercolor workshops at the farmers market. About a week after I set up the first workshop, I was set up at my art stand in town promoting the free events when a Make America Healthy Again table set up next to me. I asked them if I could have a little space with the setup, and they told me no. The conversations I heard from them that morning next to me were so hateful and upsetting. I wanted to just pack up, but I also didn't want to just be scared away. After a group from their table surrounded me and asked if they could take a photo of my artwork, at first I said sure. And then they asked me to turn it over and show the camera the blank side of my board. When I asked why, he told me because it looked like the paddles he used to get beaten with. When I told him I didn't want him to take a photo of my art anymore for that, he became aggressive and screamed at me, "You need to be disciplined," which for me felt like such an intense and upsetting experience. I started crying. The worst part about this day was that when this happened, I was surrounded by others in the town, people I didn't know, and that I could see them watching, but nobody spoke up or said anything. Everyone around me that day looked away. I saw you there that day. And when I looked at you, I don't know if you heard what was going on or you saw what they were saying to me, but you looked away too.
I don't know what you're talking about, but sorry if I didn't do something that I didn't notice.
I felt really uncomfortable going back to set up my workshops after that, because I didn't know if I'd run into these people, or I'd be supported if I did. And when I reached out to explain what happened, I was told to think more about some ideas for what might make me feel more supported, returning to do the workshops. And so that night, I went to a support group at Diversity Collective, and I met a bunch of people who helped me navigate what that could look like. And the next day, when I called, nobody answered, and nobody called me back. That morning, I saw the market posted on their Instagram something along the lines of, if the fires that are going on right now or your state of mind in general are making you unsafe, feel free to stay at home. Wondering if that post was directed at me, asking if...
Try to just conclude briefly, please.
And not having my phone call returned really hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't set up my art again for months after that. I kept doing the project in private spaces around Ventura County where I did feel supported. And I hung up all the artwork I've been collecting along the way in the garden out front, if anyone's curious.
Thank you.
I think it's a shame that played out like that. I just wanted to share my experience.
Sorry to hear that. Thank you. Okay. Kate Livingston, Nuri Ranagi, and then Larry Steingold, please. Is it Stein?
It's Levenstein.
Levenstein, thank you. Got it. I'm on it.
There's
okay.
no way to know unless you ask. So,
thanks.
Hello, everyone. Wonderful to see those of you I know. For those of you who do not know me, I am Kate Levenstein. I am one of the co-founders of Ojai's Queers in the Valley, And we have been producing Ojai's Pride for the last 2 years after Lynn and Helen passed us the torch. We are so grateful to get to do something like this in the city of Ojai. We are so grateful for all of the support. And we hope with this that you are going to show us your support, not just in our joy and our celebration and our beauty, but also in our pain and in our fear and in our grief. And that's what this act will do. It shows your allyship in a much deeper way when we need you the most. And when I say we, I am not just talking about the queer and trans folks in our community. I am also talking about the undocumented, and I am also talking about folks of all genders who need access to reproductive services. This is about all of us, and it is so clear to us, to myself and to those of us at Queers in the Valley, that if one of us is not safe, none of us are safe. It is about all of us. And so when undocumented folks are unsafe, we all are unsafe. We must do something about it. And so I encourage you to use the most bold language to make the biggest statement you can, to be the most protective in this. I know the tendency is going to be to say, oh, but what if we don't say that part? What if we just take this little bit away? What if we make it a little more tame? I don't want you to be tame. We don't want you to be tame. We want you to be bold and to stand with us in that boldness. So please protect us, protect everyone in this town as much as you can. Thank you for beginning the process. And we stand with you in this. Please stand with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Nuri Renagi, Larry Steingold, and then it looks something like McRae or something like that. Just one name. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know what to say to this beauty. And I want to invite all of you to my place and make you saffron rice with some lamb, or bring it here to you. Next meeting or anywhere, anytime. I would love that. You all are so special. We have had Peace Vigil last 24 years. Mr. Professor Lehman, Dr. Lehman, who died 3 years ago, started that. I want to invite you to join us. Mayor Betsy Stick came to our Peace Vigil. Please come. Please. You have been there, I've seen you. And discussing, this is a beautiful city. And I appreciate very much. We lived Upper Ojai, we moved down to city now. My daughter, Natasha Efros, and her husband, they opened up the school, Rock Tree Sky, and Summit, both of them. Government and private and public, which fortunately is known in Ojai, the best in the whole United States, I hear from East Coast. So I would be delighted, I am honored to be with all of you, welcome you to our Peace Vigil, welcome you to our home. I would be honored to bring everybody food. I make it myself, very tasty, saffron rice with lamb. You can't refuse that. Thank you so much. It was so beautiful.
Try to address us in the microphone if you can. I know.
Thank you,
You're
thank
welcome.
you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Join us, our Peace Vigil, please.
Thanks. Larry Steingold, something like McRae, and then Carol Wade.
No one should be afraid. I mean, it's very simple. Whether you're gay or cis or gender or black or white or Jewish or not, or whatever, no one should be afraid to live in the valley. So this should pertain to everybody. So let's not make any mistake about that. Reinventing the wheel, if Ventura The city of Ventura has it right. Do we have to do a whole lot? What is Oxnard doing? What is somebody else doing to recreate our whole new wheel? Seems to me a bit overmuch. Does SB 54 take care of the immigration, that issue? I mean, are we overdoing it or are we not overdoing it? Everybody needs protection. But at some point, it's like, okay, we've done what we can do. The state's doing its thing. Are we prepared for the blowback? I don't know. What are the legal costs going to be? Don't know. On the thing on the agenda, with using, is it MedPath? WebPath, WPATH, as a item. I did a few item search on Perplexity, and there have been some lawsuits, evasion, loss of credibility, because they've suppressed some information. So before we use WPATH, which is the a gender affirming organization, please do some homework and research on that, because they're in odds with who. And I don't mind hanging my hat on somebody, but let's everybody be on the same page, because affirming minor gender care, I'm not the expert on this. I just know what I read. Okay, and WPATH has some issues. So anyway, pass it, go forward, protect who we have to protect, but follow the law. No, obstruction of justice. But the lawsuits are going to come, and the question is, how much are we prepared to defend?
Thank you, Mr. Steingold. So McRae, am I getting that right? Or it could be a G, MCREG or Y. That sound like anybody in there? That only put one name? This is just one thing there. So I'll hold off on that. So Carol Wade, Alan Greenberg, and then Anita Cram. Carol Wade. Hi.
I'm Carol Wade, and I appreciate being here. I appreciate being part of this valley and of being part of a community that tries to be avant-garde in the way, which isn't even saying it that way. To say that we're avant-garde is a little bit of a misnomer, because it's really basic human consciousness and dignity to support other people and to support people who might be at risk of unfair treatment, illegal treatment. And I really commend you for not only standing up and voicing that, but also for acknowledging and encouraging people to understand what their rights are and to be familiar with what courses of actions that we can take to be sure that we are safe, that our neighbors are safe, that our children are safe, that our friends are safe. We live in a time of fear. I think a lot of people in this world right now are very afraid. And as I say that, I hear my voice tremble too, so clearly I am a little too. But I also feel like we have a lot of power. There's a lot of power that's beginning to surge up, and I think that when we take the time to make actions or create statements like this one that say, I'm here, I will stand with you, you're not alone, it helps us as individuals not to be alone as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Alan Greenberg, and then Anita Cram.
This 3-minute process is a one-way process, which does not address the pluses and minuses of the resolution. There should be a town hall that provides for give and take to come to a conclusion where people can give their opinions, and then people who have a different opinion can state their opinion. So it's a very limited process. It's interesting to note, I'm a little surprised actually, that almost every speaker who came up here spoke about the trans issue. And personally, I have no problem with the trans issue. I have a problem with the illegality of the illegal immigrants. If I were to go leave this forum and go down to Ojai Pizza and rob them of their money, I would have made the choice to do so. And I would then live in fear that I would be caught by one of these gentlemen and I would be prosecuted. Similarly, every illegal immigrant in this country has made that choice. And therefore, even though I know several of them, and I even like them, and even are friends with them, they made the choice to break the law, come into this country, and I don't have any sympathy for them and their fear. And I don't think it's the city of Ojai's position to protect them. And you pledge allegiance to the flag, which represents the United States of America. And then you turn around and say, well, we're not going to follow the laws of the United States of America. That is a contradiction, a pure contradiction. You cannot put yourself in a position where you can decide what's moral and immoral. You're supposed to be running the city, the nuts and bolts of it. And you cannot make a decision as to which laws you choose to accept and which laws you choose to, let's say, take the law into your own hands. But I urge you, there should be an additional town hall.
Thank you very much. Let's make sure there's room for everybody to talk. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, Anita Cram, Atticus Reyes, and then Unique Downton, if I'm reading that correctly. Anita Cram.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi.
And I would like to thank Mayor Pro Tem Lang and Councilmember Rule for bringing this forth to start with. So our human biology creates many versions of us, all geared towards our survival as a species. To deny or punish any of this is antithetical to our survival. We need to wake up to this biological fact rather than pretend that it does not exist. This is about who we are in our Ojai community and our core fundamental values. We as a community can only be as strong as our values, morals, and ethics. All of this is being ebbed away by our federal government, crumbling before our eyes. Say no to this. If we wait and do not act preemptively, the results could be, and most likely will be, tragic. Our diverse community members contribute to our community in many ways. Our tourist service industry, agriculture, arts, public service, education, and much more. We have immigrants who come here for a better life, persecuted in their communities where they maybe were born, and we are at our federal government level, we are doing the exact same thing. Our country could not exist without immigrant labor. Almost every one of us, except for Chumash in this community, came from immigrant roots. It is really important that we care for one another. So it does affect our valley community. We are all built of the same stuff. but most importantly, we are all able to love and care for one another. So let's do this. Let's go for it. I think it's good that we are more expansive than others. Why should we not, or no, we should not let what someone else will not or has not done limit what we're going to do. It makes no sense. People would never grow without that. Communities would never thrive without that. Please don't be limiting in your deliberations on how this is going to be worded and what is included in it. All of our community members matters. Let's be Ojai. Ojai strong, Ojai with strong heart. Thank you.
Thank you. Atticus Reyes, Unique Downton, and then Tracy Hui.
Good evening,
Hi.
Mayor Gilman, council members. It's a tough day. It's been a tough year. But there's a lot of beauty in this room right now, as you're seeing, and a lot of love from the community members, our community members, about how they believe our community should be and what it should stand for. I normally, and I'll be honest, try really hard not to be here. Because I am the president of the school board in Ojai, right? And often, as you all know, if there's an issue, I'll reach out to you directly. But more than that, I'm a resident of the city of Ojai. I live right next to Bart's Books. And more than that, I'm a human. And I'm the son of a Mexican immigrant who crossed this border when he was 17 years old. And as I talk to him today, he says, man, it hurts right now because that border crossed us. We didn't cross it. And I was raised by a single mom and sisters that brought queer folks to our house and trans folks to our house, that taught me empathy and how to love people that maybe don't look like me, maybe don't love who I love, and maybe don't identify how I identify. And I'm here because this is not a normal time. It is very abnormal. I got to study history in college at Cal State Channel Islands. And now understanding our history books, unless they can control the history, will be full of pictures of masked armed agents ripping people off the streets and throwing them into vans. So I appreciate you all beginning this process and doing your due diligence, asking legal questions. I understand that. I work in state politics. There's a lot of nuances with federalism, right? But as you can see right now, folks don't just want words, they want actions from what their local governments can do. And I appreciate you all taking that due diligence to see where those boundaries are, because it's really scary right now for people, as you're hearing, across our community. And there was a great legal rights webinar, or not, it was in person at the help of Ojai. And the organizer said, and it just really stuck to me, in this country, we have the rights that we defend. And that's what we're seeing so much right now, is this normalization of an authoritarian government. Seeing which things we will fight for and which things we will slowly allow to happen. And I know that's not on you all. That's happening in Washington, D.C. But you all have a platform, just like we do, in our everyday lives. And I will finish with this, because I completely support this good faith effort. And I hope you will too. Bobby Kennedy, the night Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated, called on us to tame the brutality of man and make gentle the light.
Thank you. Unique Downton, and then Tracy Hui. Is the first name Unique? Thank you.
Hi. Thank you all for having me. I wasn't planning on speaking. I'm actually currently a resident of Oakview. I've been a resident for the last year and some change. This year has been a little bit scary. Everything that we're talking about, first of all, I want to say I'm in favor of this. I think we keep talking about the legality and everything that's happening. The fact of the matter is what ICE is doing right now is a new form of racial profiling. and it keeps escalating, right? Right now I have Latino friends who are afraid to even just go and eat because they're afraid they're going to be taken. We saw that the budget was just increased. They also had added Haitian to who else they're looking for, which means they're now already coming for somebody that looks like me, which scares me, which means that it is slowly going to get bigger and bigger. It could include Arab people, it could include Asian people soon. And again, it could then go to gender identity, a number of things. It is doing, this administration just keeps escalating and escalating. And I feel like whatever privilege you think you're standing at, whether it's whiteness, cisness, straightness, it is all being blurred. And I think right now, at least at the city level, just making sure that people feel safe is important. Also, I will also say that we're talking a lot about quote unquote illegal immigrants who have worked in this country, paid taxes in this country, and then have no real way to become legal citizens. It takes 12, 15, 16 years. They have done nothing illegal. They are literally waiting for the process to become legal. And to be kidnapped and taken away simply for doing what this country has not effectively done. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tracy Huey, please. Tracy, you back there?
A lot of the other meetings, I've just gone right into it. I'm going to be extemporaneous. And I come to you as a person who has survived police brutality, radical abandonment, and houselessness. It's a miracle I am here. And it was a miracle I found somewhere affordable in Ojai to live. And it was going really good. You know, it's slow. I have a record. It's hard to get work. I've struggled, but I'm there at the farmer's market. Everyone sees me. And at a certain point when the propaganda really picked up, that's why it got bad. It got really bad out there, actually. And I don't think this is Ojai or California's value. This is from, you know, $500 million of propaganda pumped out against people like me. I'll just give a few examples of my face being spit at and slurs. Right before the election, someone in a hat tried to shoulder check me in the Vons, and also then everyone turned away. No one stood up for me, but, you know, he was fucking with the wrong one, because I know how to dodge it. I grew up doing one. You know, I came here, I was thinking, you know, maybe I'd like to teach Qigong. I have a background in education. Then I was terrified. Actually didn't want to be out there. I needed to be in a safe place. The only reason I haven't fled already is because I look at some of these faces in this room. I could see a bunch of them, of people who showed me love when I was getting a lot of, you know, even just low-key harassment, or during the height of the propaganda. It hurt me. I cried a lot about this because I play for kids all the time. People starting to pull some of their kids away. That's not everybody in the community, obviously. And yeah, you know, it really, really broke my heart. It continues to break my heart when I have friends who are dreamers, immigrant families, call me in the middle of the night walking around crying and telling them to go home, just chill out, you know, and yeah, communities are afraid. And like Michelle said, you know, I do have a feeling they're gonna come for, you know, I'm that person with the record. I'm that person. And I don't expect, I don't expect to be protected in some way. Prove me wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anything online?
Mayor, we have no raised hands on item 2, but let's speak to our Zoom participants.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Miley, if I misunderstood. Please come up. What's that? Then come.
And our Zoom participants, we are on item 2 now.
Thanks.
Thank you. I see a key issue here as basing this on the 2017-18 California Values Act. This proposed resolution markedly expands the content beyond those of what I read is the State Values Act intent. It's responding to the Trump presidency intents and administrative issues, executive orders. As I said, health concerns were not the direction of SB 54. It started out with a concern where they were arresting people who had substance abuse arrests and turning them into immigration issues. So, in order to reflect our new focus, I would suggest it be renamed. And my suggestion would be the Ojai Human Values Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything online?
No raised hands, Mayor.
Okay. You guys are busy over there. What's happening here?
So, Mayor, we've taken the Councilmember Whitman's submittal regarding the proposed counter. And we're just looking at things that might be unique to the city of Ventura versus the city
Okay.
of Ojai. We're doing the staff work. I'm sorry.
No, it's great.
We're paying attention to that too. But we're also just trying to track
That's good.
what's asked
Responding
of us.
to your feedback earlier that there may be a possibility that we're considering this draft
Mhm.
or incorporating parts of it. So
Yeah.
I want to make sure that we're prepared.
I interpreted that you were doing something like that.
Yes.
Right, and
Mhm.
there's, we're looking at what's asked of staff in each just to trying to make a determination of what we
Yeah.
can and might need to come
No,
back
thanks.
with responses on. So
Thank
sorry,
you.
we're.
Not at all.
Okay.
I was happy to see it. If it's okay, I'll start the discussion just with a couple of things. I thought when I'm appreciating what they're doing, because when I was looking at, first of all, I support this 100%, so no equivocation there. But it's that So when I looked at what Ventura did, it looks like they sort of removed a lot of the staff piece. That was one. So when we see a lot of the staff requirements in this piece, they seem to have removed that. I did not follow their whole conversation, but I'm interpreting that for whatever reason they removed pieces that are still in this one, and we know the reason why. And there's really, I guess from my perspective, there's only 2 or 3 things in as presented where I would say, I would love to talk about 2 or 3 things. That's pretty much it, because like one is about the identification or the definition of warrants and which ones we would look at. I would actually want to go, I hope that Chief Jenkins or Ms. Taylor or Ms. Anderson would tell us makes sense or it doesn't make sense. That would be one. And then the only other piece for me that caught my eye was, so if you want to look at the document, it would be 2-3 or page 1 of 7 under definitions where we say a valid court order means. That's not in the Ventura piece. They only included kind of 3 items in their definitions and removed the rest. That's just a point that we might consider. Okay, so if you look at page 1 of 7 or 2-3 under definitions, section 1.
It's the first page
The first page of attachment A, sorry.
Okay.
When you see, and again, we can decide whatever we want to do is totally cool. But it's Ventura removed the definitions after 1-3. So our 1-4 through 1-8, they've removed. Now, I'm not saying we need to do that. I'm saying it's worth considering. So what kind of warrant, especially when we look at 1-8 and we say, what kind of warrant makes sense versus something else? I just don't want to basically write something that's meaningless or not actually enforceable or doable. And then the only other piece that caught my ear a lot, well, besides the entire staff function, I think we would just want to look at that carefully and say, we don't have an estimate yet of what this would mean staff-wise. If it's a priority and requires more staff, that's fine, but we don't know what that range is yet. And it's the only one that you probably anticipated this, but page 7 of 7 in Appendix A or 2-9, and it's item 8.2, state and federal engagement. The city council may participate in municipal advisory efforts via letters or adoption of a resolution as they deem appropriate. Ventura took this whole section out, and so it's something that I would just want to look at and say, my view only. I don't want to get into the position where we're spending time and energy sending people to Sacramento or DC. You already know that. You already know I would say something like that. Now, and you could disagree, but just to say, I still feel like there's so much for us to do here, and meaning in Ojai. And then last thing, under new business tonight, most of you won't be here anymore because it'll be at the end of the day, but there are other efforts that, not instead of, in addition to this, that are sort of real action items for families here now that we've talked about and we're going to introduce. So this is not the end all be all, even if we make tweaks. There's many efforts that we can do. That's my 2 cents. And just to say, Mr. Whitman, I really appreciated what you have here because my thinking on the subject, I brought up SB 54 to say, we already have this state situation that we are working with, and our Chief Freihoff publicly acknowledged that we're going to follow that. But this is wonderful to see how much work has been done about what we can and can't do. So whatever happens, if this could be included, I think that's wonderful.
So I want to explain, where I'm coming from. But first, thank you to Councilmember Lang and Rule for bringing this forward. When our current president was elected, I was contacted by a constituent. So this is like back in December. And he said, do our police officers understand the concept that if they receive an illegal order, that they are not to follow it? So and they were talking about, he was talking about specifically about immigration. So I went to Chief Newman at the time and followed up for my constituent. And she assured me that California law is such that we do not, our sheriff department in total, actually across the state of California, we do not participate and assist in that federal effort concerning immigration. It is locked into our law. And I felt really good about that. When Chief Jenkins came on, I asked him the same question, not telling him what Chief Newman had told me, but he gave the exact same answer. And that was, probably 3 or 4 months ago. And since that time, I've been thinking about, if we do something like affirmative, that is that it's a challenge to the federal government, are we just going to bring retaliatory behavior? And I kind of caught from what Councilmember Lang said earlier that might have been part of the pause that you did, and I think the rest of the county. And everybody was concerned about that. But Councilmember Lang told me that Ventura had done this. And so I went and looked at what Ventura had done. And I think the language they use is fantastic. Because they go through, not just the recent one. They go through a multitude of laws in each of these areas that we're trying to express our values. And they, say that they embrace those laws. And it occurs to me that if we align with Ventura, there's 2 big advantages. One, it means that if there's pushback, that Ventura's right there defending the same pushback that we're receiving, whether that's from the federal government or whether it's from, so they have the same interest. It also occurs to me that we can, people can take this language and take it to other cities. And let's get all of the cities in the county, to line up. And then as as the ideas about being, more aggressive and assessing what risks we can take, and people in the audience have, rightfully said, be more aggressive. But that really needs to be done as a county, as a group of communities. And so, and maybe we can work with other cities on, what we can do that's a little more aggressive. So I do have a couple of comments and concerns. And one is, but so I really like that idea of saying, Ventura, we like what you did. We're 100% behind you, and let's talk about what else we can do.
Do you want to, you're about out of time. Do you want to come back in a moment, or do you have something quick?
Can I finish? It'll take me 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay.
So procedurally, I don't think we can call this an act, because an act is, Taylor, it's where an act suggests we're adopting a law, and then we have to go through the ordinance process and multiple readings, and
Ventura calls it a policy.
You're gonna call it a policy. I mean, it's a resolution, so it would stay a policy. So it would be okay to call it an act, but if you want to call it something different, we could do that. It would be adopted by a resolution. It would be a policy.
Okay.
That was, I believe, it was a tip of the hat to the California Values Act. And I know other cities have taken that position in a resolution as well, of
Right.
calling it act.
So,
and then come in.
my other concern was that, some of what's spelled out in the draft that was presented to us, sounds like it's creating law, and it also, makes, so it's in its own language, and I really like the idea of simply referring to the law that exists. And I also am in favor of the city manager coming back with, what programs that we can develop, and, give us the costs of doing that and all of that, so we can decide. I don't think I'd be ready to say, hey, let's do these programs without hearing, what they're going to cost us. And I think at least some of the programs exist. And we can, and he can report back to us about what exists. And, I would support that we have some form of training so that our staff knows how to protect records. But it sounds like the sheriff's department, our police department, is all over that. They all have been trained and understand.
There are things that other websites are putting on just to help people understand, not creating any law, just understanding what their rights are and explaining them. And then the training that Atticus brought up was very similar to that.
And I'll just mention really quickly, I went to Earth Day in Ventura. This is about 4 or 5 months ago. The Ventura Women's Democratic Club was there, and they were handing out those red cards.
Yep.
And so, I'm sure they'd give us a bunch of those red cards.
A bunch were given out at the meeting that Atticus was referring to. But come in, please.
I think so. Amber actually helped draft the Amber and Michelle both helped with the Ventura policy, and I think did you have something that you wanted to say about the
please
about the
So I was the original author of the care policy in Ventura. As far as I'm aware, the care policy was not submitted to Ojai. This was drafted by the two of you completely independently. Oxnard is not going to also be adopting the Ventura Care Policy. Each community is unique, and each community needs to adopt their own. We are already working on the First Amendment to the Care Policy in Ventura right now to cover some additional needs for the autism community as well too. The Care Policy was always meant to be a framework that would have additional protections bolted onto it. And so what you've done here in Ojai with what essentially is a care policy, if you will, if we're just going to talk generalization, is you have bolted on some of those parts. You've saved yourself a meeting of having to come back later and to do these things. And we are responding to direct threats right now here at the federal level. So I also want to make myself available if there's any additional questions from the council members.
So, for example, if we were going to adopt Ventura's tonight,
Yes.
adjusted for us,
Yes.
and then make tweaks, or if we were going to go to several of the items that have been presented here where it would take a while and we would go through pieces here and there, do you see the first one as being not satisfying if we were to go with Ventura's and then find ways that we need to make adjustments? How would that feel for you?
Honestly, I'm very proud of what Ventura has done, but I'm even more proud of what Ojai is about to do.
Okay.
And I think that it takes in Ventura, we got the ball rolling, right? And we've talked about it here already, that it gives other cities the confidence to be able to put forth their own measures. Oxnard's is already going to be stronger than yours. I can tell you that with the preliminary conversations that we're having. They're talking about like increased funding for these nonprofits for them to be able to do their jobs. So there's actual like monetary funding that's in the Oxnard one. So it will continue to give cities more and more confidence in the ability to protect their neighbors. And I think that if you set the stage of adopting the Ventura one, you run the risk of also limiting what other cities are willing to do because they will not see the confidence in what Ojai is about to do.
Thank you. Yeah.
But one thing we could consider is calling it the Ojai Care. We could consider adopting the same title.
I would highly recommend that. In speaking with Mayor Louise MacArthur in Oxnard, that is the title of it. They think that it will create a stronger coalition between the cities. And to your point, Councilmember Whitman, in the event that we are facing any type of legal backlash, which there has been none in Ventura. This was passed over a week ago. In that time period, the city of Los Angeles was sued for their sanctuary policy. No one has even looked at Ventura. And the federal courts have already backed up these types of policies already and have already ruled in favor. And Michelle and I were on the phone just yesterday with a special assistant attorney general to Rob Bonta's office, and the law is very clear on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's helpful.
Thank you. Also, one thing you brought up jogged my memory. So there's a list of targeted sanctuary cities, and even cities that aren't sanctuary cities are being targeted as sanctuary cities. So this is and so I think I had those exact concerns. The last thing I want to do is put anyone in our community at risk, and so I really wrestled with the decision of whether or not to bring this forward because I wouldn't want to make Ojai a great big target, but this is a different climate, and there's and so I'm glad there's support for it from all of us, and I would be open to changing the title to put it into alignment with the rest of the county.
And so just to respond to what you said, I felt the same way, and as soon as I saw what Ventura did, if there is going to be retaliation, they're going to be much more interested in Ventura than they are in us.
Of course they are. Of course they are.
Councilmember Whitman, I live there. They're definitely going to be way more interested than Ventura than Ojai.
Yeah.
So.
No, that must be the case.
Well, and so the other point of that is, if they're going to be much more interested in Ventura, then we should be a little bit bolder in what we do. There's a couple of things I wanted to mention. One, I think, bringing out the California state laws is fabulous, and I think that it should be an addendum. But laws can change. Laws can be overturned, overruled. Governments can change. We know, the legislature in California could change. It could all change. So tying ourselves to California law, I mean, this is a resolution. Okay, that's the first thing. This is not a law. This is a resolution. But I really like the Ojai stamp on it. I also very much like the California law as being right here for me.
Yeah.
But
It's great.
the definitional stuff that we put in here, for instance, that was mentioned in section 1, we added that because we wanted people to understand the definitions. You have to understand the difference between the warrants that come. I mean, it's the difference between you can't come in here, you can't take that person, and you can. Though, I mean, not to understand that and not to have that clearly articulated in everything that you do is really, really important. So that, I mean, I felt like, you know, really talking about the different warrants is fundamental. It's, you know, as is, you know, the privacy concerns. If you put up a sign that says private without a judicial warrant, they cannot come in. Now, that doesn't mean they can't break the law and do it, but it's the last vestige are these laws. It's the last vestige, and I think it's really important that we make clear, especially to staff and to the public, that where ICE can legally come in doesn't mean they're going to live by that law, but at least you have recourse, and you need to know a couple, like 3 fundamental things. So, like I said, I'm up for a deliberative process, but I also agree that it's all about us moving the bar a little bit further. You know, if they're coming, they're going to come for Ventura, okay, you know, and probably Oxnard. So that gives Ojai the ability to do something potentially different. Not that they're not going to come for a small boutique town. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. So that having been said, I would like to figure out a way. I think the California laws are great. Everyone should know, and everybody should be proud, and everybody should say you can't poke the bear. I mean, you can poke the bear, but the bear is going to poke back. Or
Can I just ask one question though? Because I'm hearing you. I wasn't trying to say like at 1-8, the one that I brought up about the warrants. I don't know what warrants are valid or not. I was asking Ms. Anderson or Chief Jenkins, is that the language that would make sense for us to have in the piece?
Well,
maybe it is.
For the warrants?
Yeah.
So what that language is it says the same thing that Ventura's does, but in the affirmative.
Okay.
So Ventura's talks about not complying with an administrative warrant.
I see.
What this does instead is tells you what you can comply with.
Fair enough.
Right? So this is the list of things that are legal warrants. Because the big concern is that basically that ICE, correct me if I'm wrong, Chief, has the ability, they have a loosey-goosey system that they can basically write their own warrants. And it's a lot, it doesn't go through a judge in the same way that judicial warrants do.
Yeah, no, it's an administrative.
So, Chief?
Yeah, that's correct. They have the ability to write an administrative warrant. Those are warrants that we wouldn't comply with.
Right.
We're looking for a judge. Now, the only issue I had was the first bullet point on 1.8.
Thank you.
Where it says, not an immigration judge. If someone's a magistrate, they're a judge, we're going to honor that.
Okay.
So regardless of, you know, does that make sense?
It totally makes sense.
Yeah, so we're not going to be looking into what kind of judge are they? You know, if they're at the federal level, we're going to respect that.
If somebody comes knocking on my door, I'm not going to be looking at the warrants. I'm going to say, talk to Chief Jenkins.
Yes. Yes, I agree.
Right.
Yes. Yep.
So I guess the question then would be, and I think that the devil is in the details. So I want to know, you know, is there an immigration judge who is not a magistrate? I mean, that would be something. And is it only a magistrate? I mean, you can have what is an immigration judge? I mean, is that some term? You know, that's the kind of question I would ask, is like, if it has to be a magistrate and it says immigration judge, is that semantically, is magistrate, you know, incorporated in that by virtue? You know, these are the things, you know, that I would want to know. Not that everybody wants to know that, I know, but so you know, those are clarifying. I think those are clarifying questions, and when someone comes up to City Hall, I want everyone there to be very clear what their legal obligation is and what their rights are as well. So all of this matters deeply to me about these, especially these warrants. So we need to get clear. We need to be clear on that.
Yeah, Chief,
is the question.
Can I offer also, and I've offered this to some businesses here in Ojai and definitely the city. If you have any questions about legality of a warrant or whatever, I would appreciate the phone call. You know, I'll have someone respond out, if not myself, and we can kind of dissect that warrant and figure out, is it legal? Is it not? Is it a legitimate magistrate signing it? You know, because I have the resources to look into that.
Right.
So I want you to use me for that purpose.
And I think it's wonderful that the city knows and the population, the community knows that you're a resource to figure out what is legal, what rights people have. I mean, yes, you would be the short of the ICE people themselves, the ICE folks themselves, you would be the definitive sort of answer on that. And you are the first line, really, when it comes right down to it, because you have sworn to uphold the Constitution. Now, all of that's under, anyway, yes.
I mean, we could just go down the complete rabbit hole on this, but it does seem to me a lot of it makes sense. There's just a few details like that one that I'm just not sure about, and that's why I was asking.
So if we struck that first bullet point, the other two should cover the other areas, and then that would give Chief the space to verify the warrant, and then we could just get rid of that problematic first bullet point.
Okay.
And I'm fine with that.
That sounds
good.
good.
I mean, I think to clarify and simplify.
Well, can I clarify? It's just in the parentheses.
Yeah.
That's really all I'm talking about. Because we're already not going to adhere to an ICE agent signing an administrative warrant. We're not going to adhere to that. So we're already not going to do that.
Sure.
So just strike.
Just strike the parentheses.
The second part.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is my recommendation.
One other question. This might be to the chief, but when I look at 3 of 7, so 2-5, and it says prohibition on compliance with external requests, sensitive locations. The following are designated as sensitive locations where immigration enforcement is discouraged, and we see privately owned places. So I guess my question is, what would this mean? I'm looking at page 3 of 7. It's in the appendix there, and it's all 2-5, item 3.3. Yep, A, sensitive locations.
Okay,
and I see here designated sensitive locations which enforcement is discouraged. And we see things like mental health counseling centers, pharmacies, licensed healthcare providers. So these would be non-governmental, presumably, at least or also including non-governmental. So what would that mean that they're discouraged?
So I think that it, to me, when I was presented with this information, it's the council taking a position on what it is that they want. Right? Like we're not, the city council doesn't want enforcement happening in those locations. Granted, we have,
there might not be much we could do about it,
right?
But we don't
Because
want to.
we have to politely ask the sheriff, right? Because we're a contract city, we're not in the same position as Ventura and Oxnard, who have their own police departments. So it would be a statement of policy, and then it would be up to sheriffs of whether or not they agreed and complied.
Yeah, and I think we're open to sort of discussing that, but it really had to do with trying to fortify the healthcare issue.
I get it.
And I mean, it's obvious why
totally
we
get
did
it.
it.
I just wanted to see, like, what does it look like?
And you're right. I mean, what is the enforcement? What does that actually look like?
Yeah.
But, and I don't know. So that's a really good question. I don't know.
So to me, conceptually, some of what we're talking about is education. And, my concern is that when we kind of drift towards creating new law, we create risk for the city. And I'm much more oriented to say, let's fully embrace state law and let's be better educated about how we enforce state law, so that we don't have because we can't do anything to a federal officer. We have no control over them.
We can say no.
Well,
we can talk.
I mean, we can, but my understanding is that the city's already saying no, at least from the sheriff's department.
Mr. Whitman, so like the one I just read, the 3-3 about discouraged, it's not creating a law, it's more like making a public statement. Do you agree with that? I mean, just the word discouraged, it doesn't say forbidden or is outlawed or anything like that.
This is also a policy, council.
Yeah,
member.
it's a policy. The whole thing is a policy.
Right. I get it.
So I guess, and I'd like to hear from Mayor Pro Tem, since really she was the one who led this march forward. You know what she's thinking.
Yeah.
Hearing all this.
So what this all complies with state law. So everything that is in here, Taylor worked with state law so that we weren't doing anything that could put us at risk. Am I correct in saying that?
I don't want to say that it won't put us at risk.
Okay.
Because we're definitely taking up, right? We're
you tried to
taking a
mitigate
position.
the risk.
Yeah, but the original Ventura policy that this was based off of was adopted. It wasn't challenged. It was consistent with what was in is it AB or SB? 54. SB 54. And then the additions that the council members had requested were more city-based, right? Of like the actions that the council wanted for the city itself. So from a risk standpoint, we talked about this, right? There's always a risk in taking a stance, but also that we're, I don't know who said it earlier, we're a sanctuary state, right? And the rest of the county is also doing these things. To that extent, there is some strength in numbers.
Yeah.
We don't know what they're going to do, right? There's no guarantee that there won't be any kind of punishment for adopting this policy. But to the extent that this is consistent with what the state law is, it is.
Yeah.
So
or already adopted.
Are you aware of why the city of Ventura, in my mind, you know, if this is based upon their first draft, they dialed back a little bit in terms of what they ultimately adopted. It seems to me.
They did.
If I could add, they had very contentious meetings, and I think it put some of their council members in fear. They had a 4-hour meeting. I spoke with the deputy mayor, Doug Halter, about this. They had a very contentious meeting. They had a lot of opposition at the first round, and then they ended up pulling some of that language back. But I think what Amber said, you know, we're seeing more support for it from our side, from our city. It still keeps us in compliance with California law. It makes statements about how to educate our staff and our trolley drivers. I know Gold Coast is doing a big initiative now, educating their bus drivers on how to respond. And so we added, the things that we added in here made it actionable so that we didn't have a performative policy. That we had something that really had legs and that was going to make a difference. So I did want to revisit the language around perceived, people perceived to be of this, immigrant population or disabled population or LGBTQ. And I'm wondering if there is a good place to add that language. I mean, we could add it into each one of the definitions: perceived to be immigrant status, immigration status. We could, all of these things. does anybody have support for adding that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with it.
Okay. But I
Did
want.
you follow that, Taylor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. Keep
So
going.
what I would recommend to make the least amount of changes to the policy, we could add something in the preamble
Great.
that makes clear that it's
Wonderful.
intended
Yes.
to
Thank you.
capture those individuals. Like, through these actions, Ojai affirms its role as a city that values dignity, equity for all individuals. Something like this policy is intended. If I could phone a friend for the appropriate
This
language
this
of
policy
how to capture
is,
our perceived friends.
This policy is intended for the individuals who belong to these protected classes. I guess that's the correct language, or those who are perceived to be members of these protected, because it's protected. All of these are protected classes.
To apply to these. Okay. And then council, if we're making a lot of changes to this, what I would recommend is whatever the motion is, it's the changes that were agreed upon on the floor. And then we'll publish a final version for the public to be able to see with all the
Great.
changes.
Yes, thank you. If I could add, so Councilmember Whitman, some of the, like, I haven't had a chance to read this yet, but I have read the Ventura one. And so what I'm seeing here.
This is only the Ventura stuff.
Oh, okay.
I
Great,
did
okay.
nothing.
He changed.
And what I found out is that I missed some of the stuff that was specific to Ventura that doesn't apply to Ojai, and Taylor did some work on
Great.
excising that.
Yeah, so the only sections that I have concerns about is section 3A and B. Those two items are really specific to police and sheriffs, where it wouldn't be appropriate for our city manager to do that, and the sheriff's office would already be legally obligated to report that out without us.
Wait,
So
is this in the Ojai policy or
this is in the
Ventura? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay, yes,
Oh.
yes.
Council
Sorry.
Whitman's
Okay.
proposed Ventura draft. So
Okay.
3A and B, it's participation in a joint law enforcement task force, as further described by the government code.
Okay.
And then information required to be reported to the DOJ. So those things we wouldn't need to include in our
Okay.
policy. You could ask the city manager to provide an annual report to the city council with the total number of anti-LGBTQ plus rights related calls for assistance made to the police department. And I would just add that, like, in collaboration with the sheriff's department, that we would do that, because the city manager doesn't have access to that data by himself. So you could keep that, but I would recommend striking those two policies that
Okay.
are police. And then really, from the looks of it, it looks like it's a conciser version of this other policy that we've proposed this evening. And from what I can tell, what they did was they said, here are all the laws that apply, and here are the actions that we really expect of our city manager, and then very direct action and not as detailed for employees. So the sentiment to me appears to be the same. They do ask more of their city manager in this case, so I stand behind the recommendation that you would ask the city manager to come back of what is feasible and the cost in doing that if you move in the direction of adopting this version or parts of this version.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my suggestion would be that we take the whereases from Ventura's that go through and, you know, we put them in the whereases with ours, and then I would adopt Ventura's, but I'm getting the sense that we're gonna go a little beyond that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I think if we can get those in, I think it, put them right up front in our whereases because I think it's great to cite all of this law.
Yep.
And then
Yeah.
at some point in time, after we get through citing all those laws, I actually like everything going right up to the now therefore on page 3 of what the city of Ventura did.
Okay, you know what, I think what I'm hearing is that just having the state law gives us, it's like, it makes it more of a, it gives more of a perception that we are not going outside of the bounds of that.
It's also aligning us with Ventura.
Ventura, correct,
And
correct.
then,
Yes.
I have my concerns about all of the definitions and ambiguities, but
Yep.
I'm going to accept the idea that it's a resolution,
Yep.
and therefore we're not creating law, and therefore somebody can come at us and we can say it's just a resolution.
Correct. Okay. So if we adopt the whereases, and I do want to, if we adopt the whereases, but we keep our sections of the policy.
So we would be replacing the
attachment
whereases with
A.
the Ventura to align with them,
Mm,
or add.
I think add.
It's an add.
It's a plus.
It's an add.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's another also, and I don't know if there's a way to do this, but potentially insert the laws in the sections where they are most relevant.
You mean have them linked?
No,
or-
to actually put them there, but that may be too complicated.
So
sounds like a lot of work.
Never
So
mind.
what that would be is
Never mind, never mind.
expensive.
Yeah, yeah,
that
yeah.
would be
Exactly.
expensive to do that.
And the other thing is, with the laws, we also strengthen this.
Yes.
It looks like a tidal wave
Correct.
of support.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll add the Ventura. We're going to change the name to the care policy, so that way we show solidarity. I'm going to make a motion
Yeah, say it.
that we adopt the Ojai care policy, adding the whereases to ours from the Ventura care policy, and that we add the language that we discussed for page 1 of 7 in the preamble.
Striking the parenthetical.
Yes, that we add people perceived to be. And that's my motion.
And that as opposed to adopting all of those administrative changes for the city,
That we ask the city
that we
manager.
have the city council
Thank you.
bring that back
Yes.
to us with,
Yep.
and with that addition.
Yes, that we ask that the city manager, the staff brings us back the
The staff requirements.
Yep, exactly.
I'd second that.
Okay.
All right.
Are we good? Okay.
Mayor, I just wanted to confirm with our city attorney's office. We had a couple more points that I had recorded, including Chief Jenkins' striking of the parentheses, correct?
Yes. That's
Section
Correct.
3.3,
Yep.
the non-governmental policy choice, and Ms. Anderson's 3A and 3B, striking those police-related policies.
Well,
No,
are
we
they-
did not strike 3.3.
I think
No.
3.3
No.
was simply
We
to
kept
say,
them.
I was asking what it means, but I'm not suggesting striking
Yes.
it.
Thank you.
We did strike the to add. I think it got thrown in as a audible friendly
Yeah.
during the motion
Okay.
of the striking the parenthetical at
Right.
1.8.
Yes.
Thank you.
Which you agree with,
Confirming.
right?
I do. I
Okay.
agree with that.
All right.
I have one more question. Should we add to the definition? Is it, given the public comment that we had about autism, do we want to add something about disabilities?
We could.
Oh, wait, yeah,
once
let's,
You know,
we could do that in the preamble,
yeah, let's do that too.
right? Of like
yeah.
the intent of the policy is to apply to all
Yes.
these protected groups.
So that would include
including,
all healthcare.
Are we? differently abled people?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Thank you.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, well,
You
just
prefer
to go back,
disabled?
I think
Different,
the person was
yes,
referring to
it's,
this document when we
I
said
mean, there
delete
is
B.
the
Sorry.
disabled community is
Hold
like
that
a
thought.
population, it's, I think it is, disabled is, or disability community. Yes, exactly, it's the disability community.
And disabled.
I think what Ms. Mang's bringing up is that in what Mr. Whitman drafted, that section 3A and B were to be removed. I don't know if we had that explicit. Oh, we do.
Well,
Yes.
I
Great.
think we're dropping those sections
Yeah.
entirely, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
so now I'm
Okay.
confused.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
are we okay. I'm gonna take it from the top.
Okay.
So my understanding is that we were taking the recitals, so
Correct.
whereas section, we were putting it into the resolution proposed by Mayor Pro Tem
Correct.
and Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
And then we were making changes to the resolution from Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
But that we were not adopting the language
Of the sections.
in Councilmember Whitman's sections.
Right. Just the
recitals,
whereases.
right?
Yeah,
Whereases.
So the
Exactly.
section 3A and B.
We're scratching those.
Yeah, they were.
And we're using ours because
Okay.
they're more
And
robust.
I would
And
ask.
and then we're adding a section that says that the city manager is gonna come back with a report on programs to educate city staff,
Correct.
not the sheriff's department.
No, no,
which
no.
I
So
assume
then-
is-
To that point, would you prefer sorry, I'm looking for it. In implementation procedures, we remove that section?
So that's the point where I thought that the city of Ventura removed that part and the whole budget requirement. So that, what you just said.
Okay.
But just, I thought what we were at least suggesting is, this is tell me if I'm getting you wrong. This would be the interest in trying to do that, but we still would like to hear from the staff. I mean, I guess, were you suggesting keep it or remove it for
So
now?
what we could do is
Just put here
maybe
down.
strike it for now and have a separate action come back where
You
the
didn't-
city manager proposes what is feasible and the budget so that it's not attached to this resolution.
So that would be section 6
Yeah.
and 7. Or,
Yes.
But that's the actionable part.
Mm-hmm.
but it seems to me what you, we could keep it, but what we would want to do is say, we need to know what this is going to mean.
So I can also add language at the end of the resolution that like sections 6 and 7 shall not be implemented until the budget is
Correct.
approved by the
That's
city
great.
council.
Let's do that. Let's keep
Okay.
it in there, and then we'll make a determination on the budget, how much we intend to spend on that.
Mm-hmm.
If
Is that reasonable, Mr. Harvey?
Yes. Right. Sorry, I'm just kind of chewing on this a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So until a report is received from city manager and council authorizes some type of corresponding funding to go with what's in the report. Yeah, that's okay.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I do have one more change. The city manager was kind enough to point out. In 7.3, the preference is not to have staff calling city attorney directly. That makes for very expensive things.
Okay.
So we have a chain of command in being able to.
Got it.
So I think
Yeah.
we could just strike number 4.
Fantastic.
And
Okay.
they'll know who their supervisor is.
Yeah.
Great.
Perfect.
Thank you.
All right. I feel really good about this.
Do we feel,
Yeah.
Mr. Montgomery, do you feel good enough with
Mr.
this?
I do.
Did council member, do you all feel like you understand
Mhm.
what the motion is?
I do.
Because, okay.
Ma'am, we can't have people talking in the back and coming up, so if you need to come up and say something, please do, but is this really necessary?
It's about the disability.
Okay.
Languaging around it.
Because we could certainly come up, but please be brief.
Thank you,
I'm
Council.
breaking all the rules.
I appreciate your collaborative
Okay.
approach.
Well, we agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not, actually.
Okay.
I'm wondering if you would consider saying disabled and neurodiverse to be specific about autism, but also to include the entire disability community.
Sounds good.
Fantastic. Thank you. Yes.
And we could always make tweaks too
Yes.
as time goes on.
Uh-huh.
But that sounds reasonable.
That sounds reasonable.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor.
You
ready
got that?
For a roll call.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. Roll call. Mayor Gilman.
Yes.
Councilmember Mang.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lane.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Motion passed.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Thank you, Michelle and
Yes,
Amber.
thanks everybody
Thank
for being
you so
here.
much.
1, 2.
Well, it's adjacent. It's Monterey
I didn't
County.
catch the Salinas part. I thought you said Monterey. And it was Monterey.
Oh my goodness.
Beach Bowl. Perfect.
All right, way to go.
I think we're tired.
All right. Okay, welcome back. Hello, everyone. Now, and just a reminder on the agenda, we have moved item, what was formerly number 6 to now number 3, 2 council member requests, acquisition and development of 914, 915, 917 Bryant Place as homeless shelter facility. Let me just say one tiny word in case there was any confusion. So in our Bill of Rights, you can't be tried twice for something. We all know that in our Fifth Amendment, and so it's called double jeopardy. And so as a council, when we vote on things and there's a majority approval on that, that's what we end up doing. Now, there's a few exceptions. If 2/3 of our council wanted to bring something back, 2/3 would be 4 of us, then we can do that. That would be the bar that's set. So it's a very high bar to bring back an action. So like our double jeopardy, it's something like there was a mistrial, there was something along those lines that would bring something back. So it's not done lightly, because you can imagine if there was a scenario where somebody wasn't happy with a vote, they could just bring something back every council meeting. So that's not this. So it makes it kind of clear, like what might be, when we have to look at the language very carefully in this ordinance, and what it says is that we're looking at Bryant Place as homeless shelter facility. What would be easy to mistake would be it's a new location from the South Street signal lot, but that would be breaking that rule without having 2/3 of the council bringing it forward. So we can look at this and look at what's been supplied in the report, ask questions, hear from the public, but we wouldn't even be eligible to vote on that tonight to change a location, because that's not on the agenda. So I hope that's clear for everybody. Did I get anything wrong, Ms. Anderson?
So I'll just add.
Please.
So what the mayor's talking about is motion to reconsider. There are rules surrounding motion to reconsider, specifically that it has to happen at the same meeting, and you have to be in the side that was successful in whatever the item was. So if the item was voted down, whatever the majority is. For the Cabin Village project, anyone that voted in the minority, meaning against the project, couldn't bring an item forward to change the location in the project. What they could do is bring an item forward for a new site to provide a homeless shelter and facility. To be able to do that, though, there are a few rules with a motion to reconsider. It has to happen at the same meeting that the decision is made typically. And it has to be brought forward by someone in the majority. So in order for any decision regarding Cabin Village to move forward, if the council were to choose to do that, it would require 2/3 of the council to vote to make that change. The item would need to be brought forward by someone in the majority. So that's what I believe the mayor's saying, is that's not what these council members are presenting. It's it has to be a new homeless shelter or facility, and no decision regarding Cabin Village could be made today.
So you're saying this has nothing to do with the Cabin Village?
Well, it probably does, but the
That's
language
not what
doesn't.
I'm saying. I'm saying these are what the rules are.
I know what the rules are.
Right.
Yeah.
And the rules are that an agenda is developed by the city manager in consultation with the mayor. The city manager wasn't here. So I'm wondering how it was developed in consultation between the city manager and the mayor. But that I will leave to another discussion. But that's how things get on the agenda.
Yeah,
That's in
I
our
can take ownership of it.
Okay.
Where I was put in charge of the agenda, and this request came in at the last minute. It was gray, right?
How can you be put in charge of the agenda just out of curiosity? It's in our protocols. There's nothing in our protocols that says that the manager can proxy out his job. And there were actually assistants. There were directors of departments that were acting city managers. So, I don't want to belabor the point, but this was not protocol. This was not done properly. There were directors of departments that were acting city managers. So there's nothing that says in anywhere that the city manager can relegate that job to the city attorney to make that decision. And I think that it's dangerous to do so. And I was not happy. Just to let you know, I think that it was an overreach, quite an overreach. So that having been said, it is what it is, and the attempt to reel it in now is obvious. So I just want to make that point.
And just
yeah,
I'm not trying to reel anything in,
I appreciate the mayor's clarification for sure.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Well, so then with that in mind, let's hear from the council members who brought this forward and what they presented. We could ask questions and then go to the public.
Okay, so it came to my attention that there was a property on Bryant Place. Oh, I'm sorry. It came to my attention that there was a property located on Bryant Place that was on the market, and they felt that it could be, worthwhile to look at as, a homeless encampment. Due to the property being flat, the cost savings, all this stuff. So I went out, looked at the property, saw, met with people, saw like different costs, spoke with developers, all of that stuff to see what different things cost and all of that. So I just gathered all the information, and I just want to bring it to say, like all along from the get-go, that everybody would say, it would be nice to have like a plan B. So just look at this. I'm not saying this, to go over and do everything. It's like, let's just open our eyes, go out, look at this, see if in fact money could be saved, and then we could have more money to make the project last longer, to fund it.
So a couple questions about the proposal.
Okay.
One is that the price for the property isn't listed, but the price is known. So why, I'm just curious, did you write what we're reading?
Yes.
So why not include the price?
Well, we haven't negotiated it, and why to go through if it's something that we haven't done? It's just, this is
Hold on, please. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
to say, let's go look at it and see if it's something maybe we
Yeah.
don't have the support to do it. So it's like, let's go look, let's check it
I guess
out.
the problem, the difficulty that I'm having
Okay.
personally is that there's not kind of a project description that we would normally get in a staff report, which is okay. But so we don't actually understand the scope of what is being asked for, but then we were missing a couple of key pieces, such as the cost of the property or why 3 parcels are included when only one would meet the need. So those are all questions that I would personally have. And then I guess there are statements that are made that are posited as if they're facts, but it would have to be vetted by our people. And so then if the proposal is something like, I'm asking, if the proposal is, let's look at this in concert with the current project, which this doesn't stop that, then what does it take in money and staff and time? So if that's the proposal, then it seems to me we would want to look at the financial framework of saying, because we heard from Lucas last time, how long did it take to vet the Signal Street property? And he said 7 months.
Right.
So even though you have a developer saying we could do it for much less, that's an interested party, which is okay. It's okay to be interested, but we would have to have our people doing that.
Absolutely.
Well, so I'm just asking the question, is the proposal that we spend the time and the money and the staff saying we're looking at this as an alternative plan B while the other one's going forward?
Well, I would think to start to go over, to look and just look at it first to see if you even agree that it's something that you think could save with what's there. Yes, you have, the flat property, you have 2 other properties where like the property manager, would have a place to live. There's parking. There's a lot of great things. It's flat. It's not in a fire. We can go on and on and on. But I think it needs to start with if it's something that you feel yes, it's worth looking at, and then we'll take it to the next level.
Well, I just have one final question, and then I want to hear from my colleagues. If I understood you guys correctly, you two, last time, you felt that a permanent supportive housing project was not a good idea anywhere. So did something change?
No, you
Oh.
tell me that. You've
Oh.
told me that before, and no,
Oh,
I've
I'm
never
s-
said
then I
that. I said we
misunderstood.
were always in support of it.
Oh.
It's just the financing.
location.
There were
Oh.
we never saw a true budget. We didn't know how
Oh, I
much
see.
things were gonna cost. That
Okay.
was the issue.
Then maybe-
I never once said that
Fair
I was
enough.
against
Sorry.
it.
Then maybe it's Mr. Whitman. I thought that you were against a
I don't
permanent
think-
supportive
No,
housing.
I
Oh,
mean,
okay.
Permanent supportive housing versus, providing housing as a transition to,
Mhm.
I favor providing housing as a transition to
Mhm.
placement. But that doesn't mean that I'm, completely, I think we have to do something. So whatever the city decides to do, but I want to kind of give a few different answers. So first of all, I don't think it's a smart idea if you're possibly going to be negotiating with a property owner to say what the price is. I think that that's something that should be negotiated, and it would be part of a feasibility study. And the goal is not anything more than to have the city look at whether this is a feasible alternative. What are the pros and cons of the property? And it'll never go anywhere without a sufficient number of council members deciding that it's a better location, but it's a location that hasn't been considered. And so I am supporting Councilmember Mang and bringing forward the idea that we should take a hard look at this piece of property, and then, really strongly, and why I'm supporting bringing it forward is the fact that our general plan says that it's Ojai's vision that the city and its individual communities and neighborhoods need not abandon their local social values in pursuit of a greater regional good, and that no one group should have to accept the brunt of the impacts of a regional solution, nor should any group be forced to accept the brunt of others' possible inaction towards a solution. And why that is important or apropos is that my original opposition to different locations in the city was that I always thought this should be on county property and the county should take a major role. So the county has made it clear, we don't do housing, we're not participating, so we're out. So what I'm seeing though is that other communities are moving forward with projects, and they're all doing them in their industrial zone.
I'm going to make a.
Yeah, they're not all doing that, but again, there's so many positive statements. Like even when you said we shouldn't list the price, and yet this project's going to save hundreds or millions of dollars. How can that statement be made with a vacuum of the price? Please, go ahead.
Can I readjust this whole conversation? Because we're talking about the thing that Taylor said we shouldn't be talking about. And I think if we opened up this conversation to say, do we want to consider looking at this property for not as an alternative or an alternate property for this Cabin Village project, but do we want to look at the feasibility for this property for something for low-income housing or to address homelessness?
That would get my interest.
Because we can't legally, it's not a part of our protocols to talk about the Cabin Village project right now. But the conversation around this property is really interesting to me. And I like a lot of what you proposed. And so I'm wondering if we could change some of our language and some of the framing for this conversation altogether.
I would say that I didn't draft the report, and I thought the report was more this versus that than I would have written it. I didn't have the time to be the author of the report. I fully support Councilmember Mang and what she's trying to do in getting this property out there for our consideration.
And
Okay.
I would agree that a feasibility study for a possible affordable housing project is certainly worth doing. Figuring out money, figuring out acreage, figuring out if indeed everything is, shovel ready. Because we will be moving in that direction. And it seems to me that at an earlier time, with an earlier council, there were not 3 votes to do residential in the light industrial zone. And the only reason that Cabrillo went in there was because we had made it an overlay in the housing element, and we could not pull that back, although there was support to try to pull it back. So it seems that has also, that tide has turned. And so I think that it's reasonable, especially if you were to think about live work, for instance, that would be emerging of the 2 zones. And we seem to have, a majority council vote to reconsider whether or not Bryant Street and the industrial zone could be rezoned, because of course it would have to be rezoned.
Right.
Which is in and of itself quite a process.
So I appreciate you two opening this up as that possibility.
And one thing I'll add is that if we open this up and we do a feasibility study and it comes and we come up with, wow, this is really great. Let's look at the whole conversation around homelessness and the unhoused. It's, this could come back as a different conversation later if there is council majority for an alternate site. But I think just looking, there is value in looking at this outside of that other conversation.
I accept that.
And when you say alternate site, are you speaking an alternate site for the cabin village? So for you, it's still on the table?
No, what I'm saying is that let's get the information that there's, we could learn something incredible in looking at this for its own right or for a different project or for zoning. Like let's look at this. Let's open up this conversation.
I think Mr. Green Day has. Sorry, I think Mr. Green Day has knocked on the city's door before, so all good.
Okay, so I'll go to public comments. Jeanette Gardner, Kirsten Wilson, and then Tracy Hui. Hello.
At a company called Messermeister, who is on Bryant Place. We're 913. And the first thing I want to say is I'm really surprised that we all found out about this at 3:30 today. That this was even on the table. There was no, and we have for me personally, it was a little shocking that this conversation, didn't include people who were in that area. I live on Park Road right across from Zarzodi, and I've been there for 9 years. I see, unhoused people all the time. I walk to work every day. And there's a concern for me. As a woman walking, there's a lot of, there have been many times where, I can feel my heart racing right now, where my heart is raced. And I am privileged, I'm white. I have a house, a roof over my head, and there's a concern in Ojai with the unhoused community, and I want to be sensitive to that. I also want to bring up, I just wonder if the property was really looked at. When I walk to my work, the road getting back there is not any wider than this right here. We have trucks delivering all day long because we're a business, and trucks have a hard time coming in and out of there. There's not enough room for hardly cars to drive back and forth. There are no sidewalks. The report said that there was ADA compliant sidewalks. There's no sidewalks. There's no lighting. There's no street lights at night. So I just, as someone who works at a business over there and someone who lives in the area, I would just want to put out there the concern of the of the business community, but also as a member of the neighborhood over there, without the proper sort of security, and for the people, hypothetically, if it did happen, the people, it's one way in, one way out. There was like all this stuff about fire hazard, and yes, we worry about that, Ojai. If there's a bunch of people who are living in houses back there, getting people out of that area if it was an emergency would be really, really difficult. So I've just asked that, if you are considering this, to, take these things into account. That it's, yes, it's empty lots and they're hard to find in Ojai. But I really feel like this, especially this initial proposal, really didn't take a look at what that area is really like, especially for businesses that are back there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kirsten Wilson, Tracy Huey, and then Debbie Chrisage, I think, if I'm pronouncing that right.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kirsten Wilson. I am one of the family members of Messermeister. We've been there for 9 years. We've been in the Ojai Valley for 40. We were down the street for 32 years. We are a family-owned and run company, and we're strong advocates for, a community-centered solution to the homelessness, but we do oppose that location. First of all, that Bryant Place, I'm not talking about street, our little alleyway there is called Bryant Place. It's an easement. It is a private easement. We all pay for the asphalt and the sewage of it, so it's not a public easement at all. It's zoned for M1, as you know. Our building, we do distribution. So we have a FedEx truck come. The FedEx truck can hardly even get to our roll-up dock, right? And even past our building, where the other two lots sit, which is 915 and 917, there's only one, you only can get one car through it. You can't even walk past it when someone's coming through. So I highly suggest that is just not feasible. It also said that they had, sorry about that, I'm reading 10 different things, that it had the infrastructure, like the ADA compliant sidewalks. There's no ADA compliant sidewalks on that easement. There's none on Bryan Street around us at all. We're right by, we're Chisholm's, it's on the roadside. Mm-hmm. It goes to the corner of Grand. There is no sidewalk there at all. So anyways, and to the big lot that is going to be developed for any sort of development there's no water, no sewer, or no electricity. There is water and sewer and electricity in the smaller lots of 915 and 917, but not 914, where the big structure would be built. So that is not correct. We do have safety concerns. Our entire team at this location is women, and we do come in the early parts of the day, and we do leave when it's dark at night. It's already scary as it is, because there are weird things that happen, like stuff goes missing or weird items show up or whatever, and so we also don't feel safe there as it is. So anyways, I'm here to say no to that area. Those are my concerns, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. I appreciate it. Tracy Huey, Debbie Kersage, and then Johnny S. Tracy, maybe she left. Okay. Debbie Kersage. I might be pronouncing that wrong. I'm sure I am. Johnny S. and then Ruth Miller.
Mm-hmm. I'm Debbie Kresge.
Kresge, thank you. Sorry.
One of the owners at Chisholm's Floor Covering. This family-owned business. My parents started it in 1965. We have been at that location since 1968 or 69. I grew up walking there after kindergarten, so I know the area well. Definitely Bryant Place is, as was stated, a private road, not city-owned. City has nothing to do with it. I am on the corner of Bryant Street and Bryant Place. I am opposed to this being developed for the unhoused. Definitely, as was stated, no sidewalks, no street lights, none on Bryant Street in our area. Down further, definitely sidewalk, but not in our area. So what was put out there, not factual. I want to be clear that I object to this going forward at this site. If it does go forward, I would say that there would need to be conditions for safety for the businesses that are there and that have been there for years. I know that there are other properties. There are properties at the end of Bryant Street. There are sidewalks there. I would personally be in favor of the Honor Farm, but I know that that has been discussed. I live out near there. I would have no problem with that. I think that's a better solution, personally. So that's.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Johnny S., Ruth Miller, and then it looks like Chelia Dressler Crowley. Probably pronouncing the name wrong.
Hello.
Hi, John.
I'm Johnny. Probably a repeat of a lot of what everyone's saying. Been there. I've been, born here in Ojai, raised here, been here my whole life. Been in that spot a little over 20 years on 212. We're basically what they're saying, for having 30 plus units developed in the back around an M1 zoning industrial. We got big trucks, forklifts, towing trucks, vehicles constantly moving. To have possible families coming in and out of there, 100% not safe. We always watch out for whoever's around the area, but in addition to have that many people there, it's definitely unsafe. Yes, there again, no sidewalks, no lamps, no lights. The sewage line, City of Ojai has never adopted it. Sanitary District has never adopted it. It's been an issue for years and years and years. They say the laterals need to be changed. That property in the back has no lateral, has no connections whatsoever. There is the Quonset hut at the back. It's always been one family or one person or two people, which is coming and going. It's pretty straightforward. But 30 units, that's significant. That's a lot of people coming and going. So big concern for that. And, and obviously the businesses shutting down at 5 o'clock, place is quiet, no one's around, and then you can have anything happen in the middle of the night. People coming and doing whatever. We had a lot of that happening during COVID. Stealing gas out of cars, stealing wheels, and that kind of stuff. So it's just a concern that got put out in front of us 2 hours ago prior to what's going on. So we kind of just jumped on it and wanted to know what's happening. So pretty much it.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Ruth Miller, Chelia Dressler Crowley, and then Clay Creasy.
I'm Ruth Miller with the Unhoused Task Force, Friend of the Cabin Village, and OTT volunteer. And so we're not supposed to be talking about how this compares with the maintenance yard as a location, and yet they both spoke about how it compares to the maintenance yard as a location. It is a comparison. The ultimate goal to switch it to Bryant Place. Let's not be fooled about this. So we've now heard, one of the things it said is there isn't going to be much opposition. It just came up, and we have 5 people giving some really clear reasons, not just NIMBYism, but clear reasons why this is not a good location. We had also looked at other locations within the Bryant Street area originally, and we had the majority of the city council say they did not want to do anything in the industrial area, so it was dropped. There are better locations in the industrial area if people want to proceed with a different project for the in-house or whatever. That's not the best location, just saying that. So what I'm going to do, I'm upset, I'm sorry. This is not fun. So the proposal as submitted is full of misinformation and guesswork, since the only way to know the actual facts of a development is to go through the process. The current owner of Bryant Place property spent nearly $2 million to purchase the 3 parcels. I have no doubt they wouldn't sell it for less. Would you take less? So we know that it's going to cost at least $2 million to purchase that. The money that has already been spent for the development process of the maintenance yard would be added to the total cost. So now it's more and more expensive. There would need to be another long development process. Without a complete development process, issues and costs are currently unknown. We don't know what's going to come up. We have no idea. We haven't done a soils report. All of that costs money and takes time. Stating that the project at Bryant Place would be less expensive is simply conjecture. The time has passed to consider another location. Many months have gone into the planning of the cabin village at the maintenance yard. The current development plan and costs are known. We know what we're getting into. As currently planned, the city will, within 2 years, have a trauma-informed development which will house 32 of its most vulnerable citizens with enough money to support the development for at least 4 years.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Thanks. Chalia Dressler Crowley, sorry that I'm mispronouncing that probably, Clay Creasy, and then Larry Steingold.
Chelsea, I know.
Chelsea, sorry.
It's
My mistake.
hard. Good evening, Mayor and council members.
Hello.
Neighbor Whitman, hello. I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I've come before you as a business owner. I'm the sister of Kirsten Messermeister. I am also a woman, and a woman that runs a knife company and employs women who contribute to the local community for the last 40 years. We are deeply concerned about the proposal to place a unhoused encampment directly adjacent to our facility. While we recognize the complexity and the urgency of the homelessness, this location creates serious and avoidable risks to our team, our children, our customers, and the unhoused themselves. I would like to focus on one subject matter at hand: safety. This seems to be a theme that came down earlier. Our work involves high-value products, sharp tools, knives. We frequently have employees, all of them women, and our children arriving early and leaving late by themselves. The safety implications of having the unhoused outside of our doors are real, and they are serious. Bryant Place does not have streetlights, nor does Upper Bryant Circle have proper streetlights, sidewalks. My children spend hours riding the work carts and playing freely in our parking lot. The street dead ends and have work trucks driving up and down. I no longer feel like this is a safe space. We've already seen rising incidents of break-ins and loitering in the area. We've had real issues with odd things being left in front of our door, in which we've had to install cameras. Chisholm's has also installed cameras because they've had issues too. Additionally, our company hosts clients, vendors, and buyers from across the globe. First impressions matter. Situating a camp next to a growing woman-led business sends the wrong signal, not about our brand, but also about our city's priorities and our community. We believe in compassion, but also in accountability. Solutions to homelessness should include services, security, and structure, not just a swift change in geography. This current plan endangers both the vulnerable and the viable. We urge you to reconsider the location and find a more economical and geographical solution.
Thank you. Clay Creasy, Larry Steingold, and then Bill Miley.
Thank you, Mayor and council folks. Number one, what we're talking about here is a feasibility study. Number two, we're not talking about a alternative that is black and white, yes, Cabin Village, no, Bryant Place, or vice versa. We are talking about a feasibility study, and that's all. Why is a feasibility study a smart thing to do right now? Let's look back at the recent past of the Cabin Village. We recall a few months ago when we were informed that they are no longer going to do the Cobb construction due to tariffs and inflation. More recently, we were informed they're no longer going to do solar panels. It's going to be solar ready. We're going to pay for the wiring but not get the electricity because we're not going to install the panels. All of these cost pressures have been notified to us without benefit of a bid. How do we know that Cabin Village is not going to work financially before we even get a bid? Well, I think we now know because Dignity Moves was going to give 4 days to have a bidder. Well, that's how you get a terrible bid, is when you give only 4 days notice before the bids are due. How many firms has Dignity Moves worked with in the past 4 years that they've been in business? I can tell you one firm that has done 2/3 of their entire business. I won't name the name, but it's easily discoverable on their financial records that are public. So you have a company that is ignorant of the fundamental bidding rules that they have by contract agreed to observe. You've been told in advance that the project is too expensive to do some of the important things, environmentally conscious things that we said we wanted. What's wrong with this picture? We're being taken for a ride by a company that is, very good at doing that. I think this feasibility study is important for 2 good reasons. Number one, we'll find out if this is a good location or not. If the neighbors have viable complaints, those will be taken into consideration just as they have been on other locations. But more importantly, it's going to tell Dignity Moves that they no longer run Ojai, that we run Dignity Moves. You're taking back the mantle of running your own project, and I think that's an important statement for you to make. I salute the fact the city manager has arranged to extend the bid time so that it is now legally observing the rules. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Larry Steingold, Bill Miley, and Leanna McNeely.
First time you do something squirrely, it's an anomaly. The second time, it's a coincidence. The third time, it's intentional. All right, so first we change the dates, then we drop the solar, and what else are we doing? But that's a whole nother issue. On this site, you can't spend a dime on it until you have control of it. Because right now, if it's on the open market, it can get sold out from underneath you. So that's what the first thing you have to do. I mean, this is what I did for 40 years, right? You're going to have security 24/7 because we're paying for it now. It's going to be part of that. You'll have better security there than you do now. All right. Utilities, site level, ADA compliance. The sidewalk, I understand, is being put in.
You told me that.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, fine. Back off.
We're working in a circle here.
The sidewalk, at least if Dignity does it as part of the deal, we now get a sidewalk, whereas Cabrillo wasn't going to put one in because we let them off the hook at planning. So now, if we get a sidewalk, you get lights, you get all that stuff paid by our $12.5 million. But you have to tie it up. I mean, this site, I feel for the neighbors. I mean, they're no different than the people at Persimmon Hill or anywhere else. They're looking at it from a practical standpoint. They own the building. Chisholm's own the building. Eventually, if you're talking about doing more residential there, then they got to buy into it anyway. So you end up buying them out. All right, but you have to tie the site up. And the number I saw in here was like 2.5 million, 3 million. Somebody mentioned 3 million in here. So the guy paid 2, he's got this, fine, he's asking 3, whatever, doesn't matter. You're the only game in town, okay, because the property's a little tired. And it's back there, and it's on an easement, and it's right-of-ways, and the utilities, and there's a lot of money to go into it, and because we essentially have free money, we can afford to do it. I mean, that's the practical part of it. So you've got to get hold of the broker, get whoever it is, and tie up the site. Otherwise, you can vote to investigate it all day long. But if you don't control it, it can disappear. And all the work and all the money we spend investigating the site goes for naught. So a letter agreement would be fine, a standstill agreement. I promise not to sell the property for 6 months. Simple, done, and call it a day. But that's how you tie the property up and you investigate. You have to do the review, you have to do utilities, everything. But it's a cost. And is it going to be less? It's a better site than the ADA problem down there with the $1 million ramps. And we don't have to move public works, the lower yard only. Right? You have to move public works anyway.
Just keep going, keep going.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Stengel. Bill Miley, Leanna McNeely, and then Doug Labar.
Hello. Well, new rules, new guidelines, new approach. Originally, when all of this was going to happen a couple years ago, I liked the idea of the open space south of the trail between Fulton and Bryant for the possibility of a homeless village. So we know that this one has people who don't like it. But on the other hand, there's a possibility that in the future it may offer a place for affordable housing. So I would like to suggest that the council consider asking the city manager to answer some of the questions you asked about these 3 parcels for the future of affordable housing in Ojai, because I can't ask about looking at it for the cabin village.
Thanks, Mr. Miley. Leanna McNeely and Doug Labar.
Good evening. So I am a little confused about what we're talking about, because we're talking about the site on Bryant Place, but not for the cabin village, but kind of really for the cabin village. So I'm just very confused. But anyway, as you're aware, I live right down the street from City Hall. And I live about 700 feet from the Public Works Yard, the approved site of the cabin village. And I favor building the cabin village at the Public Works Yard in my neighborhood. I feel safe where I live with the mostly elderly and disabled population currently living right outside the door here. I am heartened by the sudden support of the project by council members Mang and Whitman, both of whom have been, in my understanding, opposed to this project because the issues they've previously cited as reasons for their opposition continue to exist, regardless of the location. But I applaud them both for their change of heart. However, the lots listed in this proposal do not present a better location, and a location at this late date, would be a death knell for the project, which may indeed be the point. My 3 minutes does not allow me to address all the issues in this proposal. Suffice it to say that a great many of the assertions are not based on fact. No credible expert sources are cited. I see no project description, no feasibility study, no soil study on the vehicle storage lots, no arborist report, no surveyors or engineers report, no estimate for tearing down existing structures, etc., etc., etc. If some of these studies were done and did exist, as stated in the proposal, why aren't they included? What I do see are a number of assertions intended to look like statements of fact, but which in reality are nothing but conjecture, supposition, and in several instances, falsehoods. We've heard from several neighbors. We know there's going to be more opposition. We've not heard from the Wheel Tennis Academy, who spent 2 years convincing the city to put up no overnight parking signs because they didn't like the RVs parking there on close to the tennis academy where students board. I would bet there will be major opposition there. The other thing is, I do not see the purported savings with this proposal if you have to spend $2.5 $3 million to buy a property, which begs the question, why is this a better solution than the public works yard? It just isn't. This proposal is nothing more than a well-crafted piece of fiction.
Thank you, Ms. McNeely. Doug Labar.
Well, change is always difficult. It's hard to adjust to. And I thought we had a green light on the Cabin Village. I thought that that's what was decided. There were some things that we had to iron out, but it was a go. Now we have an alternative. There will always be an alternative for everything. There will be an endless alternative for choices, because that's what change is all about. It plays right into Ojai's hidden byline, which is that there's no issue too small for controversy. The location is something that everybody ought to really be familiar with. It's behind Chisholm's Flooring on an alleyway. It involves 3 different parcels. A large vacant lot that has, in the past, has been used as vehicle storage. There are body shops and auto repair and a tire shop and that kind of light industrial stuff that's going on all around there. There are no sidewalks. I've taken pictures of them. There's no sidewalks. It's a narrow street, and it's an even a narrower alleyway, and there are a lot of cars on a lot of trucks. It concerns me that looking at this as an alternate project instead of an additional project is a problem, because we could stand to lose our state funding for the Cabin Village. I don't want to do that. We're going to have a continuous problem of needing housing for more and more people as time goes on. So the Cabin Village may just be the beginning of what we have to do to solve problems for people who just can't put it together to buy a $800 or $1 million property to live in, or pay $3,500 a month for a rental. That's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Labar. Anything online, Mr. Montgomery?
Yes, Mayor. We have one raised hand from Starchild. Starchild, you can unmute and you have the floor.
I fully support Rachel Lang's proposal for a new transitional housing project on Bryant Street, in addition to the permanent supportive housing project, the Cabin Village, and the Public's Work Yard. I agree with Leslie Rule that a housing overlay on Bryant Street is a part of the solution to the lack of housing in Ojai. And I do remember the meeting where a potential housing overlay was voted down by this council. I remember at the time that Councilmember Whitman voted no on that housing overlay, and I hope he agrees with Councilmember Lang that we should explore housing on Bryant Street now. I listen that the city plan says no one group in Ojai should bear the brunt of city policy. Currently, poor and working class residents of Ojai have borne the brunt of the no growth, no new housing policy in Ojai. Bryant Street should have been considered by council as the location for the cabin village. And as I recall, the reason it wasn't is that the city manager met with council members individually, a number, which I understand was 3, and that they individually said that they want to consider the cabin village on Bryant Street. I hope that's no longer the case, and I hope in considering this location that that kind of serial meetings won't take place, and that we'll get to see the discussion in public at a future city council meeting. We should consider buying these 3 lots from what's her name from Green Day, and look to build a transitional housing project in addition to the permanent supportive housing project we're already considering. Thank you.
Thank you, Starchild.
That's all, Mayor.
So I have a proposal. When I look at the goals, which we probably won't get to our goals tonight, which is totally okay. When I see what we've agreed on as a tactic in goal, it's 1E, identify opportunities to create workforce housing and potential live-work strategies. Now, we are tasking staff to have this item that you will have to present us with a balance and a cost of activity. So that we're saying we're interested in that, but we're not saying particularly what those things are. We know what some of them are on the horizon. But so my thought is this becomes a tactic that it folds into that tactic that you present us with. If you want us to do this, here's what it would take through your research, and say, here's how much money, here's how much time. If we want to look at it as some site in the future, that I think my thought is, if we want to fold this into a goal that we've already agreed on, that's the one. But I'm open to your thoughts.
I actually like that. I like that idea, and but I think it could, if there's another property in that area, you know, and I was one of the council members who was against the Bryant about of doing anything residential in that area, because I have a heart for businesses, for our business community. I wanted to have more opportunities for economic diversification. So I was one who said I don't want to even, as Larry says, I think it's, or is it, I can't remember. Larry, I don't want to open the tent for the camel's nose. Did I get that right? And so I will say that I would not have even opened my mind to this before, but I'm open now to looking at solutions for this goal. So yes, so I'd be open to that.
Yeah, Ms. Roll.
Yeah, I just wanted to perhaps expand out the area. I mean, perhaps, we could do a general, very brief feasibility, like, is it even possible for here, without going deeply? But I'd also like to explore other potential parcels. And I think, I would completely support a work-live situation, as well as affordable housing. But I think I love the melding of both the business and the work-live, the economic development, the creative economy. So there seems to be a lot of synergies with potentially opening up the Bryant Street area. I'm not, after this particular, after public comment, I'm not sure that Bryant Place is potentially, workable. I'm not saying that it's not, but I feel like it's less so, because I really was thinking that potentially we could do a feasibility study of those properties for future. And I would now not want to put in too much money into that proposition, although I would be willing to put some in as a general sort of analysis and potentially expand that same criteria to other properties. So that's where I'm standing on it.
Can Mr. Harvey, I know there's a bandwidth on staff, and I know there's contractors possible and all that kind of stuff, but when we go through these goals and we're giving you a tactic, we're looking to you to tell us, here's how much work it's going to take to get answers. Of course, you're the one who's leading the work. So in that kind of case, I think if I'm hearing my colleagues correctly, there is an interest in looking at that area as something related to our general goal, which that sounds like something we've even discussed in the past.
Well, okay, so lots of questions.
Yeah.
So, okay, yes, the idea is we take your goals and tactics once we finish those, and we come back with a work plan showing you the effort and the money involved, because there are going to be some tactics that you have identified that you might not be able to pursue.
Of course.
You might not have the resources to do
that.
that.
We won't want to.
Or you won't want to.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
I'm a little confused as to what we are proposing. Are we proposing you know, is this something for workforce housing? Is this something for affordable housing? I mean, if we were going to just forget the discussion this evening, let's just play pretend and say we want to talk about feasibility of additional housing, affordable workforce, whatever. We want to do a feasibility study to identify locations in town. That might be, you know, the approach that I would take. But then okay, so however, you have some competing things going on here, right? You've got this discussion that's been ongoing for a while to work with the school district on their property for workforce housing. Do you do this on top of that? There are other city-owned properties which potentially could be explored for workforce housing. Lots of questions. I mean, I think it just probably, if you want to consider it, yes, it definitely belongs in a goal and it needs to come back as a separate item. I haven't had any time to really do anything with this. And so I don't have a lot of, I'm familiar with the property. I met with Mr. Dirnt, to, you know, look at these parcels on the Odyssey when I was reviewing Cabin Village potential sites. You know, of the 11 I looked at, this was actually not even included in that list. I don't think it wasn't, but this was one I also did look at. So I'm familiar with it. It does pose a lot of challenges, and you don't own this property, and it's going to require a lot of improvements. And Mr. Dirnt was very clear about that, and not to speak of any type of concern from any of the neighboring property owners, of which you've heard some tonight.
Well, just to speak for myself, not my colleagues, but when I looked at item 1E on our affordable housing goal, I was imagining, we know OUSD is in process. It's something that we are pursuing, but it would be something like, you would be telling us, yeah, that this is exciting. Here's city-owned properties. Here, if you want to build more or do something like that, this lowers that threshold. If you decided you're looking at Bryant as an area that's now open to you, this is what it would mean. So I'm seeing a kind of a matrix to say, you know, how difficult is it to work on these things? Do we want to, if we have to focus, what do you want to focus on? Probably OUSD.
Well, that also requires, just to be clear, I think OUSD is looking for a financial contribution as a partnership. So then your available money might be.
Well, that's part of the equation too, right? Is we say, do we want to do it or not or whatever, but that's part of that larger conversation. But I just don't see this project wrangling anything else away from the goal.
And then I guess I'm just going to say this again. I don't know what this project is, and that's what I would need to specifically know. Are we talking about?
Yeah. So let me jump in, and I'm, as I said, supporting Council Member Lang on this. And there's a few comments from the public that I think should be clarified. I think the conceptual drawings that I've seen have the access for this property coming off the alley that's between the Bryant properties and Whispering Oaks. So it wouldn't be Bryant Place. I did notice the perception of whether it was safe for businesses to be adjacent to this project, and I think some consideration should be given to the idea that a homeowner is adjacent to this project 24/7, whereas a business owner is only adjacent to it, during their working hours. But it's always been my concern that every neighborhood that this has been proposed for, the people who live there are primarily against the project. One of the things...
Isn't that your argument to say when a project comes up and says, oh, it's great, that it's not great until it comes up?
So, one of the advantages that wasn't maybe partially discussed, it's all flat, and we have this,
Can I just ask, are you bringing this back to the comparison argument again?
No.
Oh, when you say it's flat compared to what?
It's flat.
The rule?
It's flat
Okay.
compared to not flat.
Okay. All right. I know, but
It's flat.
But you're doing a comparison again, right? I mean, of the current location of the cabin village.
It's flat. It has a far less risk of tripping and liability for the city if it's flat as opposed to not flat. The my understanding, I don't know exactly, what, but there was
We can't
a
hear you
lot
guys. We can't hear.
There's a lot of discussion about whether Cabrillo project, I guess they were adamant that they weren't going to build sidewalks and streetlights, but the public came out and said you absolutely have to do that for the Cabrillo project. So there's the potential that we're going to figure out that residential issue through the Cabrillo project. And one of the folks who wrote in said that the lot appeared large enough that there could be additional potential uses above and beyond a 30-unit homeless project. And I heard one suggestion, I think the sky's the limit on the suggestions, but one of the suggestions was, well, maybe you could use that as a place for folks who have RVs, as a place that they can stay overnight as part of that project. And the last point is that there's 3 lots, but there's no requirement that we acquire all 3. The advantage of requiring all 3 is that there's a residence, and there may be a need for a full-time residence to manage homeless encampment or a homeless cabin village, and there's also a small office space. Those might be advantages or they might not. It's something to consider. But, as far as a project, it was my thought, as I understood it coming from Councilmember Lang, that the idea was that we...
Try to conclude if you can.
I am.
Okay.
Lang or Lang? I'm sorry.
Is that we can look, is that if we ask staff to do a feasibility study, my understanding, and I talked to the city manager today, that, it'd be a feasibility study would be conducted by an independent firm, but they would look at whether this is a feasible site. And then, the sky, there would be all, additional discussions if it was being considered for something other than the homeless encampment or homeless village. But my understanding or my proposal would be that we would move forward with the feasibility study, get information back, and address all the issues at some, future date, whether there's an advantage here or not.
So I'm a little unclear, because if we're going to do a feasibility study, we just talked about, are we going to, and this can be the question, and I think that this is where the city manager is a little bit confused and needs clarification, are we doing a feasibility study on these 3 lots? And, is there still the great hope that we will switch that's the elephant in the room.
If I might add
Yeah.
to what you're saying, is that if Lucas were here, I think I'm trying to reflect what he would say, and that is that
at this council in August, we will get the budget, and presumably the project will start with the approval of that. And so then the feasibility study, as Lucas had pointed out, that was 6 months from the beginning of identifying the site to when we said we're ready to go. So
It was,
So-
I believe it was closer to 9 months.
okay, well, fair enough. Even more of an argument. So to me, the only argument that seems reasonable is, do we want to look at this as some larger available lot for some future project? And if that's the case, then I would not prioritize it because we've already asked them for some priorities. So that's
right,
what
and
I
I would tend to agree. I do think in the long term, it makes sense for us to start looking at a feasibility study across all of the parameters that were discussed. You know, the city owns it. You know, what infrastructure exists, you know, blah, 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 blah. That's a very large feasibility study that we're going to need to do. But I agree with the mayor that, you know, this is not going to, we have no support right now on this council to, in any way, we don't have majority support to change the location of the cabin village. So there is no reason to do a feasibility study to see if it would work as a space to change the location of the cabin village.
agree.
And it's just, but to the point that, you know, it's a viable lot for something somewhere down the road, and we can integrate it into our goals. I mean, we just don't, not only don't we have the council support, we have moved way beyond the world of all possible options of available land in Ojai. In my opinion, we're done with that option. We've settled, we voted, and it's. I'll just leave it at that.
Let me have a last word here, Ms. Lang.
Yeah. So, what would be? Hang on one second. Let me think about how I want to phrase this question. Would there be difficulty in just reaching out to the owner and seeing what, like, because the big the big overarching unknown right now is how much would he sell this for? Like, I mean,
I've already met with the owner.
Okay, you've already met with him.
Mm-hmm.
And did you have any sense that it would be worth pursuing continuing conversations about purchasing the property?
So as was stated during public comment, I'm aware that the properties were purchased for around $2+ million. There's been improvements made over there, and I know that there's probably a certain amount that the owner would need to leave with to be made whole, and it's probably somewhere in between $2 and $3 million.
Okay. Because I think, and how much, and a feasibility study, if we hired an outside firm to do a feasibility study, are we talking about $100,000, $150,000?
Okay, so this is a tricky, there is no canned, and this is what I spoke with Councilmember Whitman about earlier today. So there is no canned feasibility study. First of all, I have to understand, what are we doing? Are we doing an affordable housing project? Are we doing a workforce housing project? Are we doing permanent supportive housing? Are we doing a homeless shelter? What are we doing? How many units are we looking for, et cetera, et cetera? So when the term feasibility study really is kind of like a CEQA-based thing, because each location has specific potential concerns that are unique to that location. I know we're not supposed to be discussing this, but for the lower public works yard, there were concerns about the soil. There were concerns about traffic. There were concerns, I'm forgetting one of the other studies we did, but we spent roughly, we haven't completed our expenditures because we have soil that will ultimately need to be disposed of. But so far, we've spent probably around $100,000 on the studies that have been done as part of that process to make that determination. I don't know specifically what will be required for this particular site or these parcels. There were vehicles stored there. There are vehicles stored there, or campers currently. So you might be looking at soil once again. Traffic study would probably be something that you'd need to consider.
But you
know.
can't do traffic unless you know how many units
You-
and how long
right.
people
So
are
I need,
staying.
and so when you, the first thing that you do when you have a project is you need a project description. You need a brief description of what you're doing, because I still don't know what we're talking about.
Right. I
And
think
that's-
maybe what we should do.
And sorry, I got to say
Yeah.
one more thing. Like so you have goals and tactics, and the goals. I've said this before. I'm going to say this again. The goals are in place as long as this council sits together, and that amount of time is starting to dwindle. So we have a small amount of time to accomplish what you've outlined, and that's why we've taken this approach of only have 3 or maybe 4 tactics under each goal, so that we have a chance of completing them. I don't have the bandwidth to take on another project. It's going to be hard enough. And I know that this council wants to do it. We will find a way. But working with the school district, I really see, if we're talking about additional housing projects that we're going to undertake, there's probably 2. There's, the Cabin Village project that you've already approved, and this effort to work with the school district. Taking on yet another housing project in the time between now and November of 26, I just don't, outside of spending unprogrammed general fund money on someone else to do this, if that's what you want to do, we could do that. You're still gonna have to manage that firm or that person to do that. So it's just, we're a little small city. We have limited bandwidth, and we have to be realistic about what we can do.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion that we put a pause on a feasibility study of this property, that we revisit it when we bring up 1E, and have a larger conversation about our goals for identifying opportunities.
I second.
You can.
All right. Okay.
So I just
I do want to conclude, though. Give us one last thing. Just because we have other things that we want to do in this time, and I think we've hashed this out.
Yeah. Just to be clear, we're excluding the possibility that it might be feasible to have the homeless village at this property, and that's the majority opinion, is that we shouldn't consider the feasibility of this property.
So you're bringing back this thing again that we talked about, that you keep saying there's no comparison, but that's what you're wanting to do.
I didn't compare anything.
Oh.
What I think is, what I'm saying is that if we're looking at spending a significant amount of general fund money for doing a feasibility study, let's open up that conversation and see. I heard there are other properties on Bryant. I heard there's the
Or
school.
in the city.
There's the school. I think that it is valuable. What I'm saying is that I don't feel comfortable spending $100,000, $150,000 on a piece of property that we might or might not use in the future when we don't have a clear vision of what we want moving forward. So I'm saying let's table spending the money that we would spend on a feasibility study until we bring the conversation about of 1E up altogether.
And that's the motion.
Yeah.
Roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. Motion understood. Roll call. Mayor Pro Tem Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Gilman.
Yes.
Councilmember Mang.
No.
Councilmember Whitman.
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay. So it's 5-10, but I think we have 2 items that maybe we could get through, and we could do one at least and see where we're at. I'm looking at item number 3. Consider adoption of the resolution amending the salary schedule from 1.8 to 2.5%.
Thanks, Mayor. We'll be very brief. We've got Ms. Holman and Ms. Billings here to carry this item for us. Ms.
Thank
Holman,
you.
please take it away.
Okay, so on June 24th, staff proposed a 1.8% cost of living adjustment to the salary plan as part of the 25-26 budget. City Council requested that staff return with what the increased cost would be if a 2.5% COLA was approved. The net increase of a 2.5% COLA is $38,525. $30,922 for salaries, and $5,603 for benefits. Also at the June 24th meeting, career advancement opportunities for the new position of assistant to the city manager were discussed. To address this, it's proposed to retain the classification of assistant city manager and add the position of deputy city manager to the classification plan. We respectfully recommend that you amend the salary schedule to update salary ranges to include a 2.5% COLA for fiscal year 25-26 and add the classifications of assistant to the city manager and the deputy city manager effective July 7th.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? I have one public comment, Mr. Miley.
Hello, I support the 2.5% Social Security COLA. I was sorry to see the 1.8 in there. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Miley. Yes, anything online?
Yes, Mayor, we have Starchild with a raised hand.
Okay.
Starchild, you may speak now.
Thank you. I understand that it's very late, and so I want to be brief. I support increasing the wages to 2.5%. I take issue with them being effective July 7th. I think they should be effective January 1st. There's precedence for this. When you raised the city manager's salary 8%, you backdated it to be effective January 1st, and you should do that for your employees as well. In addition, adding the classification of assistant to the city manager and deputy city manager is an action you took at your previous meeting. You can check the minutes that you approved during the consent calendar to see that you've already done this, so you don't have to worry about it. Thank you. Bye.
Anything else?
No more, Mayor.
I believe that in the city manager's case, it was that his hire was in January, correct? So it's actually not the same comparison. So I would move that we accept the recommendation of the 1.8 to 2.5% and also the classifications of assistant to the city manager and deputy city manager.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? All right.
Roll call, Mayor. Councilmember Meng.
Yes.
Mayor Gilman.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lang.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Super. Last item, because we're not going to be able to do our goals today, which is okay. So we have the professional services agreement with the Ojai Valley Chamber of Commerce. Mr.
Yes, Mayor, briefly, pursuant to council direction, we have brought forward for consideration a proposed 3-month agreement with the Ojai Valley Chamber of Commerce for specified services related to the fostering of commerce in town, development economically, pursuit of different types of businesses outlined in the attached proposal. This proposal calls for a report back and coincides with the goal of diversifying the economy and tourism management. I believe that the new, having trouble tonight. The new executive director has met with you all individually to talk about this. She's very energized and excited to deliver this. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have about this. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any questions?
So I guess my question is, this is moving ahead of our setting of what our what our funding is for going in different directions. We did that with, I'm concerned about process because I understood that we were going to spend money in accordance with our goals and deciding what our budgets are. I think, unfortunately, I think we have to finish our goals before this conversation. But I'm just going to say that I've had two really great conversations with Carla Ferrante, and I don't want to speak ill of the past director of the Chamber of Commerce, but I feel so much more optimism that we can come to, mutually beneficial, a scope of work. I think but I see a lot of work that needs to be done on the scope of work that's been proposed. And I think we need to figure out what money we have and how to allocate it.
Okay, so we're still in questions.
In the question
aren't we?
phase,
Yeah.
correct.
So a question, I guess, to the city manager and to any council member who might have an answer to it is, why is it advantageous to the city, if it is? I mean, how is the decision made, in other words, to put this into play now? There must have been a process by which that happened. So I'm asking for, how did this become an exception? I mean, I support it, but I'm just curious.
Well, this is a great question, and I'm having a little foggy memory. I can't remember if I
can help you.
I can help too.
I believe it came up at the last goal setting session.
Yeah, okay.
And
Yes.
towards the end, that this was a request that the
That's right.
council wanted to move very quickly. They wanted it on the next agenda, and so
Okay,
this
thank you.
direction. You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's okay. We
I have an
can do
answer.
this together.
Yeah, sorry, it's late.
You answered that, I'll answer.
So this is in response to direction that
Yeah.
we had received from you at the last goal setting.
And
Thank you.
And I have a response too, and that is that the chamber has already been doing things like the Lavender Festival, and executing some of the things that are in the proposed contract, like helping small businesses that are at risk of going out of business. So they've already been doing a lot of the work, and that's why we wanted to bring this up.
Thank
But
you.
yeah, that was.
If I could just
yeah.
jump in
Oh,
real
yeah, go.
quick. So sorry,
Yeah,
and,
no,
and
please.
forgive me,
Go
I'm
ahead.
dealing with a prior
No,
time
no,
zone
no.
for the last couple of days, so I'm a
Not
little
at all.
foggy. But this allows you in some ways to rent to own, if you will.
Yeah.
Forgive the term, because it's a nominal amount of money. I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't see you finishing your goals probably until August, unfortunately, because
Yeah.
that's when our next meeting is going to be on this. So this is,
It's okay.
technically this is within my spending authority. I could have, when you gave direction at the last meeting, say, well, I can just simply do this under my authority if you're comfortable with it. But it's an important discussion. I know that there have been concerns historically about this. I feel that the proposal is very detailed as to what she wishes, and the chamber wishes, not just Carla, to deliver. And your risk is minimal. You certainly, this is budget dust as far as what you have available in unprogrammed general fund money.
I just want to add to that. To me, it very much falls in the line of the approval of, let's say, the Arts Commission grant increase, where we know that we want these things to happen, and it reflects also a relationship that this council had with the chamber in the past, which some of you were a part of that. So that's why I like the analogy of the 3 months rent to own. Is we're going to try this out and get a report out, and then decide how do we want to finesse what the deliverables are. So I feel like it's the best of all the worlds.
Thank you to everybody for reminding me.
Yeah.
My brain starts.
No.
That's why I'm at 10 o'clock.
This is past bedtime. It's
I don't have
okay.
any public comment cards, but do you have anybody online? Is there somebody that needs to speak here?
Carla is here if you
I
want
would
to.
like one thing real
like
quick
to
on
just-
page 4-14, the date.
If you
Or do
want to
we
say a
have an
few words,
interest?
go
At
ahead.
the top of
Yeah,
the page, it says 30-25.
4-14. Do we have the wrong date?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Gilman
Math
and
is
Hi.
council members, city
Yes, come.
manager Harvey and
Please.
staff. I appreciate the late hour.
Oh.
I'm here to answer any specific questions you may have, to
Mhm.
address the comments by council member Whitman to start. For our perspective from the chamber, we see our business community and the families it supports, the students that get their first opportunity to work in these businesses, and the culture it creates as a vibrant component of our city. We're talking about protecting those that are disadvantaged, whether they might be the homeless, or they might be the undocumented or trans and LGBTQ community. We're also interested in protecting our businesses and the culture that it brings to us. When you think about the loss of the Ojai Village Pharmacy in downtown, people are still lamenting that quite a bit. There's a culture that lends itself to a small town environment, that lends itself to the enrichment of the life of the residents. So the chamber is here not just to help those existing businesses remain viable and continue to grow, but also to help diversify the economic community that we have and present opportunities for the creativity of Ojai to continue to flourish. So it's not just myself in the chamber. We have Kelly Amerman, who's one of our admin assistants. She's been there for the last 3 years, 6 years in Ojai. I myself have been in Ojai for 10 years. We have a 10-member board with extremely diverse business experience, business leadership. We see ourselves as an adjunct to the city to help support the local businesses and as an adjunct to enrich the lives of our citizens with the events that we bring, with the synergies and consultation that we give to the different business environments. So if you have questions for me, we are very interested in continuing in good faith to provide these services to the community. We'd really appreciate your support in getting the contract on a short 3-month pilot basis moving forward so that we can demonstrate to the community how much further we can move forward in this process. Thank you. Any questions?
No, I just want to thank you for meeting with me. It was a great meeting. It sparked a lot of thoughts, synergies, conversation. So I went away from that meeting thinking that was a really good meeting. So, and it was wonderful to sit and speak with you.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to share with you, we've been having individual consultancy meetings with some of the businesses that are challenged. An example we have is, one of the consignment shops finds themselves challenged with the rent increases and kind of lack of volume of business. So we've strategized with some members of the community how to help that particular business. We all are familiar with some of the business services firms providing copying services and shipping services. They also are challenged because that type of business model is dwindling in terms of profitability. We're here to help them address their problems, find solutions, create synergies between the businesses, and I appreciated everybody's suggestions for different types of sectors.
Thank you. Yes.
I just wanted to thank you and to Councilmember Whitman's point. We thank Jamie Fleming for all of his incredible work, and we see how you are bringing new insights, new energy into the chamber, and I loved our conversation and some of the ideas that you've had, and thank you also for inviting the mayor and I to come to the chamber board meeting and get a chance to hear what you all have in mind. I really do think that you are offering such a great service to the community, and I'm really looking forward to a partnership.
Thank you. And to that point of Councilmember Lang, the city manager is identified in the proposal you have before you in constant and continuing conversations with the chamber, not only myself, but a 2x2 committee, as well as open transparency with our full board. We make reports on our success against the deliverables identified, and also the city manager, under the contract terms, has purview to change on a regular basis with written approval any kind of details within that proposal. So it's a living document. When we talk about whether process is, not something that has to happen quickly, it's a living document, it's a living contract. As we identify different changes that the city might want to see, we can always tailor those deliverables, hold them in abeyance, and enter into new agreement for new deliverables. So I appreciate you understanding it's a living contract.
Nope, that's what we're looking for, I think. Well, I'd like to move that we authorize the city manager to enter a professional services agreement with the Ojai Valley Chamber of Commerce, services over a 3-month period, trial not to exceed $27,300.
I second.
Okay. Any more discussion? Roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes.
Mayor Gilman.
Yes.
Councilmember Mang.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, so we will move the city council goals to our next meeting. And any council member reports? Great 4th of July,
yes,
guys.
I was going to say, great 4th of July.
Wow.
I want to thank Councilmember Mang and Christy Rivera and Juan and all of our staff who participated in helping to make our floats happen. It was very successful, and I
Super
also
positive.
huge thanks to the 4th of July committee. It was a wonderful event this year.
Ditto and all that. It was great.
So I got just a quick parade report. My wife prevailed on me to watch with her. But
Right?
I don't know if you guys caught this, but I was really impressed by and I'm going to screw this up, but I'm going to say Hispanic, but the horse and the bands.
Right, absolutely.
And there were like 4 of them, and they really, added something tremendous to the parade.
Yeah.
But it was also great to see a community that's a little bit under assault out there celebrating
Totally.
4th of July. It's amazing.
100%. It's for me, the quintessential Ojai moment among the few, but the 4th of July parade.
I
Hope it
would like
never
to
changes.
change the
Mhm.
handing out of swag as you're walking down the street.
Yeah.
Because let me tell you.
It went in like 2 blocks.
But it was so much fun. I saved 2 necklaces to
That's awesome.
him at the end of the parade.
Okay, so more swag.
More swag.
Okay.
I think
So
Okay.
I think you need a second.
Yes.
Oh no. Love it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
Cool. It was so fun.
The kids, it was
Don't
fantastic.
they just love it?
Yeah. And we could, one thing, just the bubbles are at easy sell. Nobody denies them. The candy, and you did this too. I saw you. You're asking the parents if it's okay.
Yeah.
So you can at least just
We
go.
can eliminate
bubbles.
or whatever,
Yeah,
but
whatever.
the bubbles and the
I know.
necklaces.
It was
and
so
the
good.
glass,
Oh, they loved it.
It was so fun.
It was great. Wonderful. Any other council member reports? Future agenda items, I have one. I suspect others have some too. My future agenda item, which I hope I have council support for, would be to authorize an agreement with the help of Ojai on rental assistance, and that rental assistance could extend to families that have had somebody detained or deported in the amount of $100,000. That number comes from, they spend about 50 and it gets them through half a year. So this, I think, what works well with one of our priorities in the housing, and I think it's something that the dollar amount is low enough that we don't have to wait till we're done with all the goals to initiate that. So I'd like to propose that at our next meeting, that we authorize that, and I hope I have support for that.
I definitely second or
Thank
give
you.
support for that
I appreciate that.
deliberative
Thanks.
agenda item.
Okay?
I have a future agenda item.
Yes.
I would like to bring back, I would actually like to have a special meeting on fire preparedness, and to look at, one, creating an ad hoc committee, 2, revisiting the Fire Safe Council's proposal, and 3, having a community discussion about the best way to do fire readiness and emergency preparedness in our community. And I would like to do this sooner rather than later, since time is of the essence.
I'd second that.
So I seem to remember that there's some limitations in July with individual council members' schedules. And I think when we talked about another meeting date, we landed last time on the 29th of July, which I realize is not right around the corner, but
yes,
I think that's probably the closest. Does that work for? I'm seeing head nods. Is anybody not in town on the 29th?
I think we said the 22nd.
More
didn't we?
time between now and that meeting. That still fits within that July timeframe. Works for me.
Okay.
So
Right.
that, yeah.
So is there anybody who's not in town on the 29th?
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay, then we can, if you, it sounds like we have a second. Mr. Montgomery's nodding his head. Special meeting.
So I'm just one point
Yeah.
of clarification
Yeah.
on the subjects.
Yeah.
So there's many subjects, but when
Yep.
you said revisit the Fire Safe Council
Yep.
agreement, are you suggesting that they pause on their agreement because they're in
3 months,
complete
right?
midst of it? No, I'm
Yeah.
saying
Yeah.
they're entering into the service agreement with the city manager, so they're going back, and there's been back and forth about requests and all that.
So I was gone,
Please.
but I was paying attention to this, and I have talked to the assistant city attorney.
Okay.
I have some questions about, I think this meeting will be helpful for me if you're asked, with the direction you provided me to, because it could use some granularity. And I think that there are some decision points that I'm not comfortable as your city manager making on your behalf at that amount of money. So I think this is probably a healthy, you're still moving forward with this proposal, but it's going to allow you to, kind of like what we talked about the last meeting, you're going to be able to specify a little bit more as to what you're looking for that dollar amount, because that's the problem I'm having.
Yeah.
I don't want to make those decisions for you because it's not appropriate.
That makes sense.
Okay.
And we're currently in the midst of negotiating the contract still, so nothing has been executed at this point.
Okay.
And of course, we would have, discussions with the Fire Safe Council between now and then, and they would be fully involved in the process, obviously. And you all individually could have discussion with them too, which might be very helpful if you're ready for that meeting.
So I have a thought, if it works. I have a general understanding that we're gonna begin considering our group of RFQs for a city attorney on August 12th. I'd like to see us, move forward. If we're all going to be here on July 29th, could we, is it a 1 hour meeting that we would have?
I don't think you guys have ever had a 1 hour meeting, have you? That's a joke. We could certainly do both on the 20. Ms. Holman, are you? Okay.
I'd like to see us do that on
Sure,
the
we could-
29th, and that way, we're further
Fine.
down the road when we get to
That's fine.
August 12th.
And then while we're talking about attorneys, I know some of the people that called in said that they would like to be included in the thing. Is that something now that we're all together? Would we like to have something with the community to see what their suggestions?
I think what I would first like to do with you all is bring to you the submittals that were received, because I'm not saying this is going to be the case, but I don't want to proceed with any firm if you just wholesale don't feel it's a good fit for the city. So the first thing I want to get those submittals to you, let you guys thoroughly review them, and then we can have
And
that
when will
first
we
discussion.
get those so we come
Very
prepared at the end of
shortly.
the
Oh,
month?
you're going to probably get them this week.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, because we have them, and we'll give you hard copy binders, and yeah.
But I am hearing that there is some interest in having something that's more public when we're more sure. I think that's interesting.
That's fine. You can give that direction. I
Yeah.
just think the appropriate thing in the way this usually works is we need to have that first pass where you tell us, okay.
Fair enough.
Yep.
Yeah,
And you
sounds
only have
good.
5 firms that you're.
Well, I think we need advice on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there's
I want advice.
pitfalls in doing that, in public.
Oh.
That we might not know
that's fine.
about. So
Let's start in closed session.
Yeah.
Okay, and there's an appropriate and relevant Brown Act code section that allows for that. That's totally legitimate and appropriate, and that's what we're going to use. And then you can decide from there where you want to proceed.
Yeah, sounds good. I like it.
And we will get you those submittals.
Thanks.
So 5 o'clock.
Okay, there you
Thank
go.
you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
5 o'clock on the 29th for that closed session, or what? What
Yeah.
are we?
5 o'clock on
Works
the
for all of
29th.
you. We could just do 5 o'clock closed session, 6 o'clock open session.
Yep.
That's
Right.
okay.
Sounds good.
I'm seeing everybody nod their head. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay. Meeting adjourned.
Okay.